Welcome to another episode of the Creator's Outlet. Today, it's time to get hit by the rising tide itself. Brian K. Morris from Rising Tide. Welcome, my friend.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much. This is quite the honor, I must tell you.
Well, it's a lot of fun. We met a few months back on CromCon.
Yeah.
So we could say hi to Pops, but he's bugging into my time slot with a special launch party for a very cool Kickstarter that's launching off tonight.
Who does he think he is? He should be here.
He should be in bed. He's older than both of us.
He's older than both of us combined, and that's not a statement I use lightly. I may be Sat Moses.
He remembers Marvel Comics when it first opened up as Timely.
There you go.
Sadly, so do I, but just from history books.
Yeah, same here. I'm not far behind him. I'm not saying I remember Timely, but I was there for Atlas. I will tell you that.
Oh yeah, I remember Atlas and Charlton and First and PC and let me throw in a quick plug. Arrow Comics.
Definitely. Arrow Comics 4.0. They're the best.
And
I expect my check, Randy Zimmerman.
And the Zim will be here with me Monday night. So
cool.
We want to hear all about everything going on over there that we're excited about. So tell us everything you have going on right now.
Oh man, there goes the next 3 hours. It feels like.
Okay.
I am a, unaccustomed as I am to talking about myself. I am an author. We've got some stuff in the works. We also do writing for other publishers, plus occasionally ourselves. And I have approximately 10 hours of broadcasting a week just on my own. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we do a show called Nevermind the Furthermore with creative conversation and coffee. Tuesday nights and some specials. We have Clever Tile Pending, where it's all about creativity and the business behind it. And a brand new show on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Called Comic Book Spectrum. We wanted to take a positive look at comics, independence, and the mainstream. And I am joined by three longtime comic fans, Eric Hawkins, Clyde Hall, and Brian Rodman, two of whom create comics. The third one, Clyde, is a newly minted writer. And other than that, I just live La Vida Loca. I just sit on my hands all day.
And the wife makes you some lovely coffee and
yes, she does.
Sticks a thumb in front of the camera once a day. So
yeah, but you got to see the other finger she's sticking at me. What you guys can't see. So
I might have an idea.
Yeah, I'm sure. To your health, sir.
And yours.
Thank you.
So, give us a little bit of background, how you got, when you started writing, what spurned all that on in all these years, and your big fandom of a certain doctor.
Yes, I am. My journey actually starts when I was probably about 3 years old or so. Keeping in mind that I was alive when George Reeves was, and big follower of the Superman TV series, and so that kindled my love of comic books at an early age. I lived in a very small community in East Central Illinois where there was what we would call now a mom and pop grocery. And when the parents wanted to talk with the other grown-ups, they would shoot me into the corner and let me look at the pictures and all the funny books. And I saw this guy with a spit curl and a big red cape and a blue shirt and leggings and stuff. And he looked like that guy I saw on TV. Well, one day I talked to my mom about how is it she knows one breakfast cereal from another? Because I recognize Kellogg's Corn Flakes because Kellogg's sponsored the Adventures of Superman. But she had like one of the Ralston Purina Chex cereals, and I had no idea how she knew one from the other. And she'd sit there and she'd look for the longest time at the back of the box. I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm reading. I'm like, well, how do you know which cereal is which aside from the rooster on the front of one of them? And she goes, well, that's words and they're made up of letters. And she explained the thing to me about reading is how you gain information. And I said, Mom, could you teach me how to read? And she already had her certification as a teacher. So she taught me how to read at a very early age. I was the only kid in first grade that knew the word invulnerable and what it meant and could spell it when I got into school. Well, I got more and more into reading comics and reading, real books, as I laughingly call them. Eventually I got to the point where I was just like so fired up. And this was the early age of Marvel Comics. The great stuff that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and Don Heck and all were doing, and Larry Lieber. And the more I read, the more I wanted. And it never dawned on me that it took them time to produce this stuff. I was still in that naive stage. And I started making up adventures between the issues of my favorite characters. And then years later, this translated into a fondness for storytelling, which when about the time I was leaving what we call middle school now, I started teaching myself more about how to write properly, about the proper rules of grammar, punctuation, spelling, etc. And I just went on from there. I published my own small press stuff, my own small press comics in the 80s and 90s. I wrote everything. I wrote business plans, advertising copy for other businesses, aside from the ones I worked on. I had a job in a comic shop in Champaign, Illinois for the longest time. And eventually this led to writing plays back in the late 90s, and then segued into the early teens into writing novels and such, some of which have a very pulp flair to them. I like to think that I was very inspired by the adventures of like Doc Savage, the reprints that came out like in the 60s, Doc Savage and The Shadow and The Phantom Detective. And I still have an incredible love for all of those great writers from back then, who I describe as men who basically beat typewriters to death with their fingertips. Just trying to get the words out. And I guess that's kind of the long way of how I got where I am today with my creativity. So that's,
Well, that's interesting to me, because I too worked at a comic store.
Did you?
For many years on and off. And I ended up becoming friends with the owner. Hired a manager. I was like, a teenager in high school, and he realized I was kind of like skipping classes to come work at the comic store so I could earn, because it wasn't, I wasn't making money. He was just like, well, you work, I'll put you to work like a couple of hours, a few times a week, and I'll give you store credit for comics. And I'm like, well, that works for me, because if you paid me cash, I would just give it back to you and buy comics. So
that's what I wound up doing.
that's how that ran, and I ended up becoming best friends with the manager, who is now the owner of the store. I still use this store as my LCS. I'm turning 52 this year, and I've been going there since I was 15.
That's fantastic. I spent probably about 12 years in the comic shop in Champaign and another one in Danville, Illinois. The two owners were related. And then I had my own operation for, probably about another 12 years, going through the implosion in the 90s, and then just kind of running out of steam around Y2K. But I've never been able to stay out of it. I still have a love of comics. I just feel there's some stories that lend themselves to comics, that's the best way to tell them. And, like you can say what you can about movies, but look how long it's taken them for their special effects to catch up with the special effects that comics do month in and month out. So, I still love comic books, and I love writing them. I love reading them. I'm still doing that. I haven't turned into that fan who gave them up at some point and then spends the rest of his life complaining that comics aren't what he remembers them as. So, well,
the only points I gave him up at were when I ran out of a job.
Yeah.
And money was tight. And then my mother would always tell me, why don't you move out? I'm like, why should I?
Yeah.
I'm here. Everything's here.
Yeah.
You're here. I don't have to drive someplace else to visit you.
Mm-hmm.
There's food here. And when I get fired from another lousy part-time retail job, I don't have to worry about what I'm going to have to do, legal or otherwise, to pay the rent. So at some point, my mother was coming close to retirement,
mm-hmm.
and she was coming close to. She lived in Rhode Island. I live in Mass now. I've been a Mass hole for about 20 years now.
Oh yeah.
But her family all comes from Massachusetts. But
mm-hmm.
at a certain age, you can put in for like senior housing,
mm-hmm.
so you can get a break on everything going. And one day she came home from work. She worked at the hospital around the corner from our apartment, and said, "Well, I'm never going to ask you to move out again." I'm like, "Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moving out." What?
mm-hmm.
I'm moving down the street to the senior high rise. I was accepted. I can move in 45 days. I suggest you get a good job.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I got off my laurels and I became a professional nightclub DJ for 35 years.
Oh, beautiful.
Up until early 2016, where I fell ill and I died, but they kicked me out and I'm back. They resuscitated me. They had to put me into a medical coma because all my organs failed.
Ooh,
and
that's rough.
I was paralyzed when I came out of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And over the course of a couple of years, I have limited mobility
mm-hmm. and
a powered wheelchair. So every time I have to go someplace, I feel like George Costanza from Seinfeld when he was racing to try to get away from the crowd chasing him on his elder scooter.
Right. Well, I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm thinking you died and came back. Do you realize this makes you a Marvel Comics character?
I am every comic character.
Pretty much. I've said for years the only character that never really came back was Uncle Ben. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. Aunt May even came back. I'm like, oh, and well, in the MCU, Aunt May came back, and she came back younger and hotter. So
I'm looking forward to that. I hope I die a couple times before,
Yeah, I don't. If I got to die one more time so I can come back, young, thin, with a full head of hair again.
Oh, I feel your pain, brother. I do. Two perfect heads in this room. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Solar panels for sex machines. But no, I get that. It kind of reminded me of my story. Mine was the opposite. I was about 26 years old, and this is back when gasoline was affordable, and I was commuting about 40 miles to my job at the comic shop, and my the owner of the place, I'd become manager by this point. He told me he had some apartment buildings, some houses that he owned. And he said, well, I've got a basement apartment. If you're interested, told me the rent. And I said, well, I'll talk it over with Mom. And, cause I was kind of like taking care of her. She worked nights, I worked days. We just kind of met twice a night, kind of like that. Oh gosh, what was the movie, the Richard Donner movie with Rutger Hauer? Oh God, I'm blanking on the name. It's one of my favorite movies too. Dang it. It's hell to get old. Where he turns into a wolf by night, and his Michelle Pfeiffer turns into a hawk by day. Something hawk. Anyway, moving on. But anyway, we were like that. We just kind of saw each other at sunset and sundown. And I came home that night and I told my mom, I said, hey, listen, my boss wants me to move into his basement apartment. I can afford the rent and everything. Are you going to? And before I could ask if she was going to be okay, she had gathered all my clothes and a handful of pots and pans and silverware, thrown it in the back seat of my car, said, get in there, drive me to a store. We're going to buy about, a month's worth of groceries for you. Then you're going to drop me off, take the car, and move to Champaign. I'm like, okay, Mom, I can get the hint. So... either she wanted me out of the house desperately, or she was going to have a series of dates after that. I don't know what was going on. So, but yeah, I understand that. And I remember being very, very lonely at first. I'm sitting in my dark apartment, just kind of feeling sorry for myself. Got nicely thrown out of my house by my mom. And I'm like, I've got my comics around me, and I'm like, man, this is terrible. I don't hardly, know a whole lot of people here except through the shop. And then it dawned on me, I could have females over. Suddenly, everything just rapidly changed from that point. That's where I learned, always look for the silver lining, because there usually is one.
Well, the first thing I did about 2 weeks after my mother moved out was I moved my bedroom into her old bedroom, made a den and comic book room out of my bedroom. Rearranged the living room, and went out and bought some stereo equipment and a new guitar amp and a few other things. And I threw a kegger and had about 60 people over my apartment. And most of them don't remember anything that happened, and a few kind of remember. Man, you threw a great party. I wish I could remember all of it, but
I'd say it was a success.
I'm like, what do you remember? He goes, I remember showing up, hanging out, chewing the fat with you, drinking, and waking up late for work 2 days later. I'm like, that sounds about right.
Yeah. I started having my, using my swinging bachelor pad for parties too. And my problem with, I don't do recreational drinking anymore, and I haven't for some time. But my problem was that the more I drank, the sharper my memory got. It didn't affect my behavior in a positive way, but I could remember every stupid thing I did with almost crystal clarity. I remember some friends came down from Chicago one weekend, and there were about 5 of us having a tequila race to get to the Worm, and I came in second very quickly. Well, at one point I was just sitting there thinking, and I'm like, when I was growing up, all of the cartoons, all of the comic strips, all of the TV shows had it that when you got drunk, the funniest thing in the world to do would be to put a lampshade on your head and start dancing. And I thought, I need to investigate this, because I recognize that I am not in my right mind. So we're in a motel room, and I unscrewed one of the lampshades, put it on my head, and started dancing to the music going on. And my friends started laughing at me, and I realized, okay, I understand this now. This is the funniest thing you can do. And I remember every second of that whole tableau there. So, and unfortunately, so did my friends. For about the next 6 months, kept reminding me of that and making sure I didn't drink too much after that. But no, it isn't any sort of a religious thing or anything. But I just stopped, like what I call recreational drinking, about 30 years ago. I still take a drink every now and then, but I don't do it for the effect anymore. So
yeah, I switched to coffee. Every once in a while, I'll have a few beers. Like I had a few the other weekend. Prepping for St. Patty's Day, and knowing I wasn't going to be drinking on St. Patty's Day, so I go, that's for amateurs.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I'm the same way. I just don't see the appeal of it anymore, and especially since I started writing. It's like I want to be. I'm no Ernest Hemingway, and you can see where he went. Although he was an incredible talent as far as being a writer, but I just didn't feel like altering my perceptions. If anything, I needed to keep them a little sharp so I could describe the world around me. So I could, form logical chains of events that would make up a story and such. So I guess my writing kept me from a lifetime of alcoholism, because I was sure working on it.
Yeah, I was too, like Scotch, Irish, and Indian. So
You mean both, brother, and German. German and French. So yeah, I had I was kind of like that line from Stripes. Lady Hawk was the movie I was trying to reference.
Oh, okay.
These short naps are great. But Stripes with Bill Murray, I believe there was a speech in there about your ancestors were thrown out of some of the best countries of Europe, and that's me. Just toss in American Indian in there, and that is basically my tainted bloodline. So
I was like, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm a born and bred professional.
But you didn't want to lose your Olympic standing, so you didn't take money for it. I respect that.
Yeah, I never did that. But I remember we used to be able to have one drink after work,
right?
And the boss would foot the bill. They would just bring it in under his name, and he would basically buy us a shift drink. So I used to always get a Guinness. And, I didn't want to hang around after my shift, so I would take the Guinness, and it's like, oh, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So I apparently astounded a bunch of customers who kept buying me more Guinness. And at one point, they timed me with a stopwatch at 12.6 seconds to down a pint of Guinness.
Wow. That's Trey impressive. That really is. And
then I'm like, I can't afford to drink like this.
Yeah. You can't count on everybody buying them for you is the problem.
Exactly. That's too. I'm not a good looking young lady, that's been blessed. So I'm like, I have to buy my own drinks.
Oh, well, Guinness is one of my few weaknesses as far as alcohol goes. We have a couple of genuine Irish bars in this area where I'm living now. And in fact, some of the timbers that make up the restaurant actually came from Ireland.
No, nice.
Yeah, it's really cool. And they pour a mean Guinness, and I have put them to the test many a time. But again, I just happen to like Guinness, and I like it from the tap. I can't have it from a can or a bottle. It just does not have the same aeration or what. But
yeah, it's not the same flavor at all.
No. But I'm like you. My main drink is coffee. So
once in a while, I get a couple of nips of this. I can't remember the name brand, but there's a fairly new peanut butter whiskey.
I've heard of it. Yes, I've heard of it.
If anything could turn somebody in with a sweet tooth into an alcoholic, it's this stuff. Especially if you splash a little Chambord in there, you're having like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Ooh,
that you're drinking down, and it's really good.
I bet.
But I've taken some, and I tend to buy a lot of the French roast, dark roast coffee for my Keurig, and I've got the refillable little thingies.
Oh yeah.
And I put it in this nice. I put one nip in the bottom of this cup with some dark French roast.
Oh yeah.
And you get like you're drinking peanut butter coffee, and it tastes so good.
Oh, I can imagine.
So I don't do it very often. I'd say maybe once or twice a year I'll get a couple of nips, and for a few days I'll be having some genuine Irish coffee. I will.
Well, I've been telling people for years, Irish coffee is the perfect meal because it has all four food groups, which are caffeine, alcohol, fat, and sugar. Mm-hmm. So it's the perfect health drink for you. I have my precious liquor of choice right now is Black Label Kraken. Dear friend of mine, Amy Hale, who's another novelist, she turned me on to Kraken, which is a spiced rum, but unlike a lot of other rums, this is not very sweet. It's kind of like Sailor Jerry, but with a bit more robust flavor to it. Mm-hmm. And it's a great mixer. But last Christmas, they had a variant of it, a limited run variant that was infused with coffee, dark roast coffee. And I tell people it should have come with a carton of cigarettes for afterwards. It is like heaven in a glass. And I'm drinking that stuff like it's made out of gold because I want it to last the longest time. But it is fantastic stuff. It really is. And I'm hoping they bring it back next year. I'm probably by then I'll still have like a couple drops at the bottom of the bottle there.
Not just that, but you can also, announce that it is time to unleash the Kraken.
Oh, don't think I don't. We've on my shows we have made that into quite the cliche. So, but it's like that's one of the ways my friends have expanded my repertoire. They've taken me to all these bars and everything. Taught me the advantages of better alcohol instead of that stuff that's in the white can with a brown stripe around it that I had been drinking in my single days.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, back in the 70s, the white can with the black letters that said beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Where'd you get that? Well, we got that at the IGA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh
half
God.
The store is name brand. The other half is, no name. All the no name stuff from the 70s.
Yeah.
Well, it tastes the same. Kind of, sort of, not really, but it's cheaper. Okay.
Yeah. You mentioned that you live in Massachusetts. I lived briefly in Newport, Rhode Island.
I have family there.
Oh, cool. My uncle lived there for a number of years until we helped him move in the 70s. And I came out there to look after his affairs as he had gotten cancer. And so I was managing his house while he was recuperating. And the first full service comic shop I ever saw was in Providence, Rhode Island. And I couldn't tell you the name of the place, but it was just like, glorious. But I remember my uncle was telling me about local beers and which ones to have and which ones to avoid scrupulously. So I think he told me Narragansett was one to avoid at all costs. And he said, and I'm like, well, what makes it different? Like you said, it's like, isn't it pretty much all the same thing? You can tell how developed my palate was at the time. And he goes, let's go on a little trip. So he drove me down to the banks of the Narragansett, and I saw all the stuff floating through the river. And I think I had one can out of curiosity, and I threw the other 5 cans away. And he's like, "You're going to spend your own money on that, pal. I ain't touching that stuff."
They just brought back Narragansett beer a few years ago.
I had heard that. I wonder if it's any better.
I don't know. I see people drinking Budweiser, and I'm like, don't you like beer?
Yeah.
I go, apparently not.
Yeah. Would you prefer a beer that it doesn't taste like somebody else drank it first? That's my usual reply, which is probably why most of my friends don't take me out drinking.
It's.
I hear you.
It's. And we'll just leave that one at there.
Good idea.
So tell us about some of the books you currently have, some of the newer offerings that you have, and all of your links that you sent me are all up in the chat.
I saw that. Thank you very much. Well, I've got a lot of stuff in the pipeline right now because I've spent like the last couple of years writing for other companies. There's a company out of Elk Grove Village in Chicago, Silver Phoenix Entertainment, and a few years ago they released this book, Bachelor's Grove, The Haunting Tales of Bachelor's Grove, and the second issue should be coming out soon. They had a very successful Kickstarter to get this one going. And my good friend, the Eric Hawkins, as if there is any other, he's also had a couple of really successful crowdfunding campaigns for both issues of the Zombiful World of Oz. And I wrote the 4-page backup in here about Dorothy Gale, but a lot of my stuff is informed, like I said, by comic books. One of my better sellers is one based on the Columbia Comics character, the original Skyman battles the Master of Steam and this is all comic book because the cover is by comic artist Pat Boyette, who used to do work for Charlton. Also worked for DC, did a little bit for Marvel, Warren, just about everybody. And the introduction is written by the one and only Roy Thomas.
Oh, I love Roy.
I do too. One of the things I did for a number of years was I worked for Tomorrow's Publishing as an interview transcriber. And one of the people I got to work for was Roy. And he and I have become friends. We trade Christmas cards and all that. And he's been, the first time I called him, I like this story. Hopefully your viewers will too. I come in from work. I was fully employed at the time. And my wife, Cookie, says, there's a Roy Thomas just called about something about Tomorrow's. Do you know who that is? And I'm like, I'm totally fanboying. And I'm like, yeah. So, he left his personal phone number. And so I call him back, and it's taking everything I can not to have one of those Wayne's World moments where I fall to my knees and start screaming, I'm not worthy. But it's the usual thing when you go into a business agreement with somebody. You talk about what needs to be done, what you bring to solve the problem, the parameters of the job, how you get paid, et cetera, et cetera. And we had that conversation. And then it got to the part where we're talking to each other about, he's trying to learn more about me. And I'm, of course, grilling him like a murder suspect. And at one point, there's a pause in the conversation. I said, Roy, I've got to tell you, in all honesty, I'm a writer too. And you have been a huge influence on me. Some of my favorite stories in all of comic histories have your hands on them, like the Kree Skrull Wars. I still think that is one of the best epics ever in comics. And the first 10 years of Conan the Barbarian, just Roy hasn't written a word that I haven't loved. And I said, I've kind of gone after, your editing style and everything. I really appreciate it. But I'm trying to sound professional, Roy. I really am. So please consider yourself gushed over. There's this long pause. And then Roy goes, that's all I get. And I'm like, I know we're going to be friends now. And at the time, he was going back to his hometown of Cape Girardeau. He lived in the Cape Girardeau area, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. And he was there for a convention, and I had been doing some work for him at the time. And I said, Roy, you're only 3 hours from me. I'm going to come down, and I'm going to visit you. I'm going to meet you in person. I really want to meet you. And he goes, you've got a deadline, Brian. You stay home. And I'm like, no, I'm coming down to visit you. And he goes, no, you're staying home and getting my thing done. I need it by next week. So you stay home and work on it. Well, I said, Roy, I'm almost done. He goes, I don't know. You stay home. And so I'm like, okay, Roy, I'll show you. So I stayed up late and got the thing done. Put it in, sent the files in an email. I didn't hit send until I was on my way out the door to drive to Cape Girardeau. And so I go to Cape Girardeau, and of course, everyone knows what Roy Thomas looks like. He's been photographed a bazillion times. And I see him going through some back issues of comics. Big surprise. And I walk up to him, and I just stand there, and I'm like, just being as charming as can be. And he just looks up and goes, just kind of gives me a quizzical look. And I go, hi, I'm Brian Morris. And he just looks at me, doesn't even miss a beat. He goes, aren't you supposed to be busy? So it's like, that's been Roy's relationship with me. And I asked him if he would write the introduction to the Skyman book. And he goes, okay, leave me alone for 2 weeks. And I'm like, okay, fine. And he goes, no, I'm in the middle of a deadline. I need to get this done. Call me in 2 weeks and I'll write this for you. And he wrote a very brief introduction to the book. Actually, his bio is longer than what he wrote for me, but I read what he wrote about. I sent him a copy of the manuscript, and what I read there, I was verklempt because he had written so many nice things about me and my writing that, it's like anytime you have somebody that you respect so very highly and they turn around and pay you a huge compliment, it's like, it just really moved me, and it really made me so happy. So, but anyway, we've got another stories. Now here's talk about my other books. Santa Stein. This is sold in 6 different nations. This is my first real paperback. And it is about Dr. Frankenstein has a cure for his fiance's holiday blues. What could possibly go wrong? Well, this book has 180 pages. It'll tell you. And basically he creates the spirit of Christmas giving from Pieces of the Dead. And then I also have another book here. This actually, Volcano: Rebirth of the Champion, actually started out as an attempt to revive Son of Vulcan from Charlton Comics. I was looking at doing that, and then I just started tweaking it, and I changed the gender. Found some took the cool things I thought about Vulcan, the original character, and pulled in some stuff of my own devising, and this turned into another book that has done well for me. And then, of course, there is no project I can't complicate. Okay, we had with the Bachelor's Grove book that I showed you earlier. We had a Kickstarter for it, and it did very well. But one of the thank you gifts was I was going to write a book on how to write comic books, and also include a couple of one original story, and reprint another story that I had done in that comic. Well, of course, it should be a book about this thick, right? Instead, I write 2 novellas and stick them in here. But I've also worked for other publishers as well, which, kids, if you do this right, you get asked to work for other people. And here's one I'm very proud of: Quest for the Space Gods. Think Carl Kolchak meets Eric von Daniken. It's about it takes place in the 70s, and it's about a disgraced journalist who roams the world looking for evidence of intervention from extraterrestrials in our affairs. 1, to resuscitate his reputation, and 2, to prepare us for their return. And then I have another book here, Metahumans versus the Ultimate Evil, another very comic book oriented book here. All these are available on Amazon. Tell them I sent you. And this is by Lion's Share Press, and I wrote a superhero western for this one. Cool. So that's some of the stuff I do.
And what is some of the stuff you like to read?
Oh, as far as like real books, I'm still in love with pulps. I'm still discovering the wealth of stories that were written between like the 20s and the 50s. A number of who have become people we know in regular life, like H.P. Lovecraft, Robert Bloch, Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke, Earl Stanley Gardner, who created Perry Mason, all got their start in the pulps. And I still find a lot of these pulp reprints that introduce me to new characters I never even heard of. And I'm just astounded at the incredible talent of these guys that were just grinding this stuff out to, just to pay the bills, and to still have it read like they spent years working on. I can only admire, Robert E. Howard, another Lynn Carter, people I can only, just be amazed at the legacy of amazing work they've left us. I'm also a big fan of the 70s adventure series, like Mac Bolan, The Executioner and The Destroyer, Remo Williams and such. And I got to meet a couple guys that have written those adventures. I still like them. And I like a lot of the new pulp stuff that's coming out now. Terrific writers like Ron Fortier and Bobby Nash, who I'm going to be working with in the near future. Jim Beard, John C. Bruning. Just a lot of, the fast-paced stuff. Although, I do remember when I was younger reading a lot of the classics, of course. But I generally read a lot of stuff, and I've expanded my repertoire. I used to go through phases where I'd read nothing but science fiction for a year. Then I'm like, I'm bored with this. And then I switch to like true crime. I'm bored with this. Then I go to sword and sorcery. Well, last few years, I've discovered things like romance, which I didn't think I'd ever like, but I do. There's a lot of human emotion that gets, touched in those. And it's just a different method of storytelling that I'm trying to adapt a little bit more into my own style and make it maybe a little more emotional, a little bit less plot driven. And it's been working so far, but I still love stuff like that. And I'm also, as far as comics, of course, I love the old stuff. I love the Gold and Silver Age stuff. The Silver Age I grew up with. While I don't read as many contemporary comics as I used to, I still enjoy Superman. He's my boy. I do read things like The Immortal Hulk. I think that's a great
I love that series.
That is brilliant. That is one of the best takes on the Hulk I have read since probably Peter David. His run on the book. Yeah. And I'm liking Nick Spencer on The Amazing Spider-Man. Nick Spencer, and I think I'm one of the few people who actually liked his Captain America run, but I thought it was very innovative. And he also wrote about 10 years ago, when he was working at DC, he brought back the Thunder Agents, which was a very very short-lived title from the 60s. And it's one of my favorite comic series ever. Plus, I like independent stuff like the Zombie from World of Oz. I also like what else do I read? That's I'm looking forward to the Indie Volt Revolt book that's coming up from Arrow 4.0. And Knights of the Dinner Table.
Did I hear a rumor that if Indie Volt Revolt hits X amount of backers, that you might possibly do a story in the book?
I will say that, and I'm saying this honestly, I have not been approached to do a story. But I have told Randy Zimmerman that I am available and that I will drop whatever I'm doing just to get to work with him. So officially I am not, I can say honestly, I've not been approached to write a story for the higher levels. But if I get approached, you damn betcha I'm there. Because that is, I'm really impressed with the great talent that's on that book. And I'm not just saying that because I'm friends with half of the people on there. But no, there's some really, really great talents like Glenn B. Fleming and Russ Leach that are working on things that
only Russ can save us.
Only Russ can save us. I'm telling you now. And Randy Zimmerman bringing some stuff back from the creators of the original Arrow comics. I think it's one of those things where I backed the book today because I think it's a great project, and I like the idea that the more it makes, the more comic will be put in the package. I think that's a great thing. Now, I'm not saying I don't like my bookmarks and I don't like my stickers or nothing, but you offer me more material for my money.
More content is always better.
Yeah, and good content at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm excited.
I'm a fan of Brian Polito's, but I can do without the swag bag of crap that I get every time I buy a Lady Death book.
Yes, I've got a friend, Andy Shaggy Cordy, I will name drop, who if he knows the person he told me when he knows the person who's doing the crowdfunding campaign, he asks them not to send him that stuff. I guess he's got like a shopping bag full of stickers and kitchen magnets and the whole 9 yards that I'm not sure if he's going to give it away because he's tired of carrying it around, or he's going to give it away as some sort of subtle revenge against somebody. I keep expecting it to pop up next to my front door one morning because he knows where I live.
There'll be a box with like police tape on it left at the front door, and you open it up and it's all the swag from the last 20 years of Lady Death.
Oh yeah, I'll have to tell my wife, oh honey, no, it's not somebody sending me poop or anything. It's all this stuff from all these crowdfunding campaigns.
Oh yeah, it's nothing like that. Because we'll name drop. There we go.
Oh, go for it. Go for it. No, that's a thing of beauty, though. That is a thing of beauty.
That's one of the old Chaos comic ones. I just got my because I just moved to this big loft I have now. A little over a year ago. But the majority of my collection, my collectibles, toys, books, real books, and comics, were all in storage. A good friend of mine, thank God, put them up at his house because he's got one of those like long, the things that they use to transport goods, overseas. Those big.
Right, like the railway cars or something, like a storage unit.
Yeah, like one of the portable storage units. He's got one in his backyard because
Oh, nice.
he either gets them for free or he buys them really cheap bicycles, and he fixes them up. Sometimes he repaints them, and he resells them and makes a few bucks off to the side.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. But him and his wife were kind enough to put all this stuff in storage for me.
Oh, that's good.
And I just got it back, so I've been going through selling stuff because I don't have room for anything. I had 2,400 square feet, and then this set that looks like a warehouse actually became a warehouse, and so I'm going through, and I'm going through about 30 long boxes trying to find my copy of West Coast Avengers 45 with the first White Vision.
Yeah.
That all the speculators are going nuts for. I go, I've gone through 2 dozen boxes. I haven't found it yet. I just know it's going to be in the very last box.
Yeah. I feel your pain. I moved about 6 years ago from Illinois to Indiana. And I've lived in this house for about 4 years, almost 5 years now. And the vast majority of my collection is still in boxes. I just haven't, gotten the display I've always wanted to have for them. But I've been spending a lot of time the last few years actually cutting my collection down. Part of it is, I'm not afraid to own a comic book that's worth as much as like a house or a car, but there are so many reprints out there right now, which I think we're blessed to have. And if I want to read the story, I want it in a format I'm not afraid to touch it, with. I'm not afraid to get my fingerprints on it. And so, and also there is a certain number of books that I recognize I'm never going to go back and reread again. And so I've been selling them off just mostly to get them into the wild again, and hopefully somebody can appreciate them the way I did when I bought them. And then also I'm looking back at a lot of them and thinking, what in the world was I thinking when I spent good American money on this? And I still have a few comics that fall into that category of so bad they're good. I have the full set, and it's okay to envy me, people, the full 3-issue set from Solson Comics of Reagan's Raiders.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. Okay, you know which one I'm talking about. Where President Ronald Reagan and his cabinet are all superheroes, and it is one of the most delightfully abominable series ever produced.
Did it come with a certificate of authenticity signed by Bobo?
Oh, if only. No, I was still working at the comic shop, and I believe I managed to sell other copies of it. I was a pretty good salesman back in the day. I'm sure all of them are sticking pins in voodoo dolls because of me as a result. But no, it's just a good, dumb, fun comic. And what's kind of fun, though, I went back and reread them. Yes, I've actually read them more than once. Not long ago, and I found there was an ad in there because this is back in a time, save everyone the long story, Thunder Agents were thought to be in the public domain. Thus, anyone could do a story of them. And since the courts decided that no, they are not in the public domain. But Solson was going to do their own version of it. And what they had already picked out a creative team for it, one of whom was this young St. Louis-based artist who was just getting started. And he was going to draw the story. His name was Jim Lee. Ooh. That Jim Lee. So, ever since, I'm like, oh man, if only we'd gotten at least just one issue from Jim Lee, that would have been amazing. But,
well, I've got Jim Lee's autograph, not once, but twice. And I've never met the man.
Oh, really? How'd you manage this?
Back in the day when he was working for DC and doing Hush on the Batman line, which to this day, him and every other artist that came after him that works on Batman regrets the fact that he drew the whole boot with the soul and all those treads. Yes. Because now everybody has to do it.
Yes. Oh man. Wow.
I'm surprised nobody has shoved him in a locker yet.
The night is young, my friend. The night is young.
Oh yeah. But
Great.
you know, they released a lot of action figures back in like the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Like a good amount, but most of them were, you know, direct to toy stores.
Right. Yeah.
See, kids, toy stores are something we used to have where you could go and just buy toys.
What?
Now we have Walmart.
Exactly, where you can buy everything.
You can buy everything, but you're afraid to go in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, Karen will follow you around because your chin diaper is sagging or something. I don't know.
Oh my God, that's okay. I'm always prepared. I have actually started getting to the point where I carry mine. So
mine's actually over by my recliner, and it was actually a perk from one of Austin Janowski's independent books. Zombies Were Human Too.
Oh, nice! I know.
And it's a black mask, just like the one you went to put on, and then across it says "Future Zombie."
I love it. Actually, the best masks out there, folks, are
the Rising Tide publication masks.
Yes, we have our own merch line too. Hashtag always promote.
Always promote.
Always promote.
T-shirts, coffee cups.
Yep.
I'm always in line for a fresh new mug.
We'll keep you in mind, brother. We'll keep you in mind. We'll have to fix you up. Tastes better in there. But anyway, not that, you know.
So they released this special. They solicited this special edition Batman Hush toy.
Right.
And it's in a box yay big. It's narrow, but it's yay big,
right?
And like this high.
Wow!
And it's over yonder. And every time I open it, Dustin Brunel from the creator of The Listener gets mad at me. He goes, "I told you not to open that." I'm like, it's not the Lost Ark. It's not going to turn us into dust. Relax.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, was he afraid you'll get eye scratches on that thing or something? What?
He's afraid I'll get a fingerprint on one of the figures.
Because every time tell me you always wipe it down when you play with it in the bathroom.
Yeah, I open it up, and every time I open it up, one of the figures, you know, jumps to freedom. So I try not to open it. It's like, you know, Batman's gonna go patrol my apartment or something.
Oh God, yes.
It comes with 3 versions of Jim Lee's Hush Batman.
Ooh.
One is is like the prototype mold.
Oh yeah.
The second is the next step up, which is the test shoot one.
Right.
Where it goes from a hard plastic cape to like the rubbery capes they used to put on all the superheroes back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Like Mego had on the Pocket Heroes.
Yes.
Yeah, that same kind of material.
Nice.
And then there's the third one, which is a special edition repaint of the final Batman Hush.
Nice.
Now in there is a little card that is the cert that Jim Lee signed.
Oh, beautiful.
Also in there is a pencil sketch of Batman by Jim Lee, signed. Now,
priceless.
I paid a lot of money for this thing like 30 years ago. It was like $400. Now I think it would cost you at least $400 just to meet Jim Lee and get his signature on something.
Yeah, but oh my goodness, all the pleasure you've had from owning that.
You know,
that's hard
and it's funny because like I'll put it up on display, but the black box inside, like the display box for the pieces, comes in almost like a slipcase, like white box. Yeah. So I'll just put the white box up on a windowsill and tilt it back. Be like, "What's that?" I go, "My favorite thing."
in the world. Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Oh, I don't blame you a bit. I don't blame you.
and they're like, but what is it? I go, I can't tell you. I'd have to kill you.
That's
And
beautiful.
certain friends would be like, oh, that's his Batman dolls. I go, they're not dolls. They're action figures.
That's right. Get it right.
Barbies are dolls, unless of course they're dressed as superheroes or supervillains, and then they too are action figures.
Exactly. I have my Wonder Woman Barbie somewhere downstairs, so I get
I wanted that. Even my mother wouldn't buy it for me because I got picked on enough already when I was a kid, and I was a ginger. So back in the 70s, I was Linda Cotto was my first crush, and I still love her.
Oh yeah.
But they had come out with a Linda Cotto Wonder Woman doll, and it came with 2 sets of clothes, so you could have the Diana Prince, the World War II Diana Prince, and the Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
My mother would, she'd ask me for Easter. Goes, I was allergic to chocolate, so she would buy me like a toy. Goes, what do you want for Easter? I go, I want the Wonder Woman action figure in the commercials. No, Star Wars figures.
Oh man,
which I was fine with.
Yeah. Who's ever heard of them?
And then birthday, same thing. Christmas, same thing. And I eventually forgot about it. And then about a year went by, and I'm like, why won't you buy me the Wonder Woman doll? She's like, because you're a boy. I go, you bought me the Lieutenant Uhura doll.
Yeah.
I go, now granted, if you didn't, Kirk and Spock would never get back up to the Enterprise because nobody would answer the phone.
Exactly. She was essential.
And I have my original Enterprise playset over in the corner. It is falling apart. I need to call Scotty and have him, do some pop rivets on it and get it back together. But so I still have Kirk, Spotty, Kirk, yeah. Kirk, Spock, Scotty, and the Klingon, all of the original 70s run.
Oh, nice.
So I'm like, yeah, I still have some of that stuff. And now that Mego's back and they're expanding their lines, I'm a little in heaven. Through digging stuff out, I found the Kirk and Klingon that they released through MC Toys before Marty came back with Mego.
Yeah.
And they're sealed in like these nice. The cards are there, and then they're sealed in like these big plastic shells.
Oh yeah.
And that's how they hung them on the racks. And I'm like, and then of course, before the rest of them came out, I got laid off because I was working a Christmas job, and I never got the rest of those figures because the store that was carrying them went out of business too.
Oh.
So
you got some of them.
That, and I got really excited that fairly soon I will be allowed to go 8 because Mego got the licensing back so they can make the Planet of the Apes figures again.
Nice.
So I was very excited about that.
You should be. That is cool. I remember getting a lot of those when I was younger. And you talk about toys. I still have my $6 million man toys. I found that when I moved, I found that I kept them. I don't, a lot of things, you just like, you look up one day and they're not there anymore, for whatever reason. And I found I still had my $6 million man. Like they had like this little projector, you aim it towards a light. It didn't have batteries or anything. And then you put in this little cassette that fit in there, and it had like an 8mm tape in there, or not tape, but a film loop.
Oh yeah, and you crank it. Yep.
Yeah, you crank it, and it was like the opening action scenes with the crash and him running and everything, and then a couple others. And then I still had the action figure, which was about 12 inches tall, and had a little ratchet a little button in the back that you push like this, and his right arm would go up.
He would power lift the motor.
Yes, that's the one, and had that little thing where you could peer into the back and look out through his left eye like it was bionic. I still have that somewhere, and one of these days I'm going to get all my shelving up, and I'm looking at repainting the area that that I'm planning on making my little shrine to pop culture. Unfortunately, the previous owners of this house had an inordinate fondness for 70s decor, which I'm trying to overcome. But once I get the shelving up, I'm looking forward to seeing all this stuff that I've forgotten that I have. You know?
Well, my mother gave away all my toys when I was younger. Just about all of them.
My father did the same to me when I was 12. Yeah.
We were getting ready to move, and we were moving into a mobile home. Mm-hmm. But a friend of hers from her church, her girlfriend, her husband left her and a small 5-year-old boy. When they went out shopping, he went to the house. He took everything, all the clothes, the kids' toys, furniture, everything, and took off.
Oh, no.
So my mother felt bad, and as I have, and I had an innate amount of toys. This kid probably was, head over heels for like about 10 years.
Oh, sure.
He got my G.I. Joe, my original G.I. Joes, and the prop helicopter and the 6x6 with the tank treads.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm okay with losing the G.I. Joes for the fact that because I was a ginger, my mother used to go out of the way and only buy me the redheaded G.I. Joes, which of course got me beat up even more. So,
it's like that song, A Boy Named Sue. We learned to be tough because we were geeks.
Yep. I just wish I still had my Mazinga Z Shogun Warrior because those things fetch a ton of money. I saw one and it was in minty fresh condition, and the box was in great shape, and it had everything. It had both swords. They weren't cracked. They were both solid and had all the missiles and the little brain chip and everything. And I asked the guy, because I was covering a convention back in 2019 for Outright Geekery in Rhode Island, and it's like, oh yeah, it's in great shape. I go, what were you asking for it? He goes, $800. I go, can I just take a photo of it? Sure. I go, okay, well, because I can afford to take a photo. I can't afford to buy it.
Right. Yeah.
So.
No, I hear you. I when I was barely in double-digit age, I had a near complete set of the original Captain Actions.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and about 75% of the costumes for it. And I had some of the other toys. Like, I was big into the Jerry Anderson puppet shows at the time, like Supercar and Fireball XL5. And I had a little toy supercar that you put these little wheels inside, and those battery operated, and each one ran a different pattern around the floor. And somebody like me just chased that thing for hours. I was easily amused as a child. And the other one was a Fireball XL5 that had like little plastic figures of all the characters and the nose cone detached from the rest of the body of the ship. And there are times that I'm like you. I hope whoever has them now is enjoying them and is taken care.
Yeah, I had a slew of the die-cast Thunderbirds vehicles.
Oh yes.
And I of course don't have my Shogun Warrior anymore, but I did find that I have the Space Dragon little die-cast figure.
Okay.
His arms flail like crazy because I played with him too much, but he is in tremendous shape.
Oh, that's great.
And because you are such a fan of the pulps, I want to share this.
Please.
Of course, you remember the big little books.
Oh, I've got a bunch of those. Yes.
As a pulp fan, I think you will appreciate this. This was gifted to me by my neighbors when I was a child, who I lovingly called Grandpa and Grandma, who weren't my actual grandparents.
Sure.
But a little Mandrake the Magician.
Oh, that is beautiful. Nice. That looks in good condition, too.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful. Not much yellowing?
Nope. Pages are still nice.
Sweet.
And I got to take my glasses off to look. There we go. 1941 copyright.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's a sweetie there.
I've had this forever, and one of the older toys that I still have is my Hubley Pirate Cat pistol.
Oh yes, I remember those. Yes,
and it's like, I showed it off one day to somebody, and they go, "Would you ever consider selling that?" I go, "No, I use this for home defense." He goes, "You do know it's a cap gun?" I go, "Yeah, I do know it's made out of steel too. I just turn it around and whack somebody." I go, "It's my own version of a ball peen hammer."
Oh yeah, I hear. I had when I was I was probably in my late teens, I think, by then, and I found a cap gun back when you could get cap guns. It was solid black, and it was plastic, but it had like a die cast sheen to it.
Mm-hmm.
It looked metallic, and I don't know what possessed me to do it. Like a lot of my better and also my most boneheaded ideas, I don't know what drove me to do it. But I took a drill and I drilled down the barrel because it was. I was examining this thing and I noticed like it was a snub nose 38, but it only had like about this much barrier between as far as a spark baffle between the cap and the rest of the barrel of the gun. So I drilled it out so the spark could go through. And I learned later, fortunately through reading, that it's illegal to make people think you've got a real gun in the state of Illinois. But by God, I had some people fooled, that's for sure. So
we'll call that the state of confusion.
Yeah, pretty much. So I'm sure the statute of limitations on my crime there is long since passed. So
yeah, just by a few years, just a few.
Just a tad, so if I hear a knock on the door while we're on the air, you'll know what happened if I disappear.
Yeah, because the police are watching this show.
I just bet you. I'm sure everyone is. Every right-thinking person in this world should be watching this show.
Yes. And if you're watching this show and you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please do so.
Please do. And folks, be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy any part of this. And be sure to turn on the notifications so that every time this wonderful gentleman here has a new show that you will be notified. See, I'll pimp for you too, man. You're welcome. No, seriously, it's a good thing.
Yeah, every once in a while, I don't look for like months on end, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm still at 44, and then I turn it on and go, ooh, 68.
Mm-hmm.
And I get all excited.
Oh no, I know what you mean. I mean, a year ago, I had my YouTube channel. I'd had that thing for years, and it's kind of like having my baby shoes. It's nice to know that it's there somewhere, but I'm not really actively using them anymore. And then I kind of sort of got serious about this as a promotional outlet for my work and also to spotlight other people on my program. So I started doing some broadcasting, and then next thing I know, I have like 470 people. It was like, where'd they all come from? Of course, it doesn't hurt that I've been asking everyone to subscribe.
Oh, I know. It's a long and winding road, as the song goes.
Truly it is.
Yeah.
And, it's one of those things where, I started out as a writer who did broadcasts to promote himself. And now some days I tell people I feel like a broadcaster who may get lucky if he has like a half hour at the end of the day to actually put some words down in the processor. So, but I enjoy it. I have fun. I get to hang around with people like you, Will, and met some wonderful people, in the course of my shows that it makes me happy. And it doesn't hurt my book sales either.
Yeah, of course.
Plus, I'm able to do things for other people, which is what my Rising Tide philosophy is about. So.
Oh yeah. Now, speaking of other people, let's get to the doctor.
Yes.
Because fezzers are cool.
So are bow ties, my friend. So are bow ties.
Mm-hmm. Now, I see your various. I see a piece of Whovian art behind you, and your little TARDIS.
Yes. If I can get this off of the wall here, if it will come off without destroying the wall. Years ago, I used to. Well, this is funny. Um, I have been a fan of Doctor Who officially since 1980 because that's when our local public broadcasting station ran Robot with Tom Baker. And I knew a little bit about the Doctor before then from reading things like Famous Monsters of Filmland and Starlog and things like that. And Pinnacle Books had put out 10 of the novelizations from Great Britain. And then, you know, that was all the clue I had for the Doctor. Then I started watching Tom Baker, and of course, bam, that was my guy. I was very familiar with Peter Cushing because my local ABC affiliate on Sunday afternoons ran like the first Dalek film with Peter Cushing, then the second one the next week, then 2 or 3 others, and then started the Dalek cycle all over again. So I saw these things like about 12 times in a year and a half before they finally expanded the wide world of sports. But anyway, fast forward, I live in Champaign, and I'm looking for something to do on my day off. Our local PBS station says, why don't you, we could use volunteers, because they did mailings and things like that and various bits of cleanup. And so I thought this will be fun. So I volunteered at the local PBS station. And one of my first duty was helping with one of the monthly mailings. The second thing I did, the second week I was there, was I got to go with a couple other people through the thank you gift room. You know, every time you pledge, it's like Kickstarter. You know, it's like you pledge and you get something for it. Well, I went through and they had a whole area where people had pledged, and these were one-of-a-kind gifts, but they didn't pick them up. They reneged on their pledge or whatever. And so I'm going through there, and they're like, well, you like Doctor Who, Brian. You want this? You want this? And of course, I'm not turning anything down. You know, I will give it a good home. And then all of a sudden, one of my supervisor, who I'm still friends with, by the way, on Facebook, she turns to me and goes, well, I've got this picture. It's signed by Patrick Troughton. Would you be interested in owning it?
Oh, good Lord.
And I said, get out of here with that thing. It's only paper, woman. No, seriously. I accepted this gratefully with trembling hands. So it is, you know, I'll put that back up later. It's bad TV to turn my back on you all. So yeah, I'm big on Patrick Troughton. I've followed Doctor Who ever since and up to the current day, obviously. And I actually have gotten to meet a couple of the doctors before you had to pay money to get their autograph and such. I met Sylvester McCoy one year. They had the annual Longleat exhibition of Doctor Who props and stuff, and they had an American version that was making a tour of the PBS stations in America just after Sylvester McCoy took on the job as the Doctor, and they hadn't even started showing the episodes here in America, but he came through Champaign-Urbana, and I got to meet him at that point before he actually showed up as the Doctor on our TV screen. And then we had a convention that was one of the worst weekends of my life, frankly. But because it was all organized for the wrong reasons. The organizers wanted to become super fans, and they saw this as their way of doing it. So they got a whole bunch of us to volunteer for this thing, and they got to hang around them while we did all the, the terrible work. And I've got some funny stories that came out of that weekend. Also, I was breaking up with my then girlfriend that weekend, who was also working the convention. So it was a blizzard, which led to the fact that we couldn't get anyone in from like any of the outlying cities that also ran Doctor Who. So this thing was losing money by the fistful. But a bunch of us, and actually the person who was in charge of security for the actors, and we had Colin Baker and John Nathan Turner, the then producer of the show. And at one point, the security was so bad that John Nathan Turner said, "Get away from me. I'll take my chances with the fans." Okay. And the lady who was in charge of security actually bolted that night. So the second day, we had no security to speak of. And I was part of a group of people who said, somebody's got to pull this thing together. And I was one of them. And so, here at the end of the weekend, we get through the convention. And then I hear the worst. I hear that we didn't have the money to pay Colin Baker or John Nathan Turner for traveling across the Atlantic and being wonderful people. Okay. And my heart was breaking for them. Plus, I'm breaking up my girlfriend. It's still snowing outside. I've got a 10-block walk home, and I'm thinking that sounds pretty good. I'm just going to walk home and, work out my misery. And I was approached by a legitimate super fan. Her name is Jean Airy, who did a lot of fan writing for American Doctor Who fanzines, and had written a beautiful fanfic called The Doctor in the Enterprise, where Tom Baker meets the classic Enterprise, crew. And it's a wonderfully written book. I still own a copy of it. But anyway, I'm walking out, and she goes, and keep in mind, I'm standing there in my Doctor Who's t-shirt for the con, no name badge or nothing. And I've got my coat in my arm, and I'm like, I just want to get out of here. I just want to put this behind me. And she comes up, she goes, Brian, are you going to be around for the party? I'm like, I don't know anything about a party. Nice meeting you, Gene. And so she's like, no, you got to stay. Colin would really like you to stay. I said, I don't know why. We dragged him across an ocean and find out that the organizers aren't going to pay him. And she goes, no, Brian, don't worry about it, because they've run into this before. Believe me, before they leave, they will be paid. They'll make sure. I'm like, oh, I feel better about that. That's good. And she goes, well, Colin's throwing a party in about an hour to reward the people who did stuff, who pulled the convention together at the end. And I said, I appreciate that. And I said, but man, I'm breaking up with my girlfriend. It's miserable outside. I don't have a car. I'm going to be walking 10 blocks in, knee-deep snow. Perfect end to a perfect weekend. And I didn't even get to meet Colin except in passing, and John Nathan Turner. And she goes, no, they'll both be there. Brian, we really want you to be there. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. Just then this door opens up. And if you can imagine about 3 people, the organizers, coming out looking about the color of a sheet of paper. Okay. They are so translucent you can almost see their skeletons. And they're just like, they're just looking like they're on their way to the gallows. And behind them is a very unhappy looking John Nathan Turner. And behind him is a very grim looking Colin Baker. And all of a sudden he looks in my direction and his face lights up and he goes, Brian, are you going to be at the thing tonight? I'm like, Colin, I just told Gene I'm having a terrible day. I really don't want to. He goes, Brian, please, I would consider it a personal favor if you would show up at the party tonight. I really want to thank you for everything. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll show up. And he's like, great, I'll see you in an hour. And so he takes off, Gene takes off, John takes off. The convention organizers find a rock to crawl under. And I'm standing there by myself, and then it hits me about a minute after they all left. I wasn't wearing a name tag. There was nothing to identify me. But Colin Baker went to the effort of finding out who did what for the convention, for the fans. And he bothered to learn our names.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And actually, if you search deep enough in my Facebook account, there is a picture of me. You won't recognize me very much because I have a beard, mustache, and hair, all of which is dark. But that, I tell people I don't have a favorite doctor. I really don't. I wear this, in honor of Matt Smith when I was creating my branding, and it has been beneficial to me. But Colin Baker is my favorite actor, my favorite person from that show, because doing what he did, I think, took a lot of integrity. And it is hard to ignore that type of positivity. And so I'm, if you're going to say something nasty about Dr. Barrett, Colin Baker's name better never be in there, because I will defend him till the day I die and longer. So,
well, I discovered Doctor Who, I must have been like 6 or 7, and I was already hooked by, James T. Kirk of the Enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
And reruns. And I'm just, my mother's cooking dinner, and I'm like, it's like late on a Saturday. She forced me to come in because it was bath time before dinner. And,
sure.
I finished washing up, got my pajamas on like a sad little doobie. And I started flipping channels on the TV, looking to see what was on, and I see this science fiction looking thing, and I go by it, and I go, whoa, what was that? And I go back, and it was Tom Baker and a couple of his sidekicks and K9 inside the TARDIS, and I go, "Ooh, this looks cool." And from then on, and so I was beside myself when they did the episode, and they were in the museum, and Tom Baker appeared as the caretaker.
Yes, yeah.
I was like, oh,
yeah.
What was that meme?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was my wife and I when we saw that too. It's like the minute we heard that dark brown voice, we were just like, it's like there's only one human being on this whole planet that could belong to, and what a joy that was. Yeah. I mean, what a treat watching that show live like that. You got the Doctor Who before a lot of places did, because I remember I told you I lived in Newport, Rhode Island one summer in '77, and I remember I knew a little bit about Doctor Who by that time, but nowhere near enough. And I remember looking back now, it was episode 3 of Invasion of the Dinosaurs, the John Pertwee episode. But it took me 10 minutes to figure out who the Doctor was. Like all these people running through doing weird stuff. And I'm like, okay, it would help if I knew what was going on here. And I watched it a couple weeks and I'm like, I can't make head or tail out of this. So it's like I gave up until about 3 years later. I got to watch it on my local PBS channel at the start of the Tom Baker era. But yeah.
Well, I love it now because I've got a Fire Stick, and I love the free apps because it's free. Pluto TV has the Classic Who channel.
Yes. I was about to say.
I get to see a whole bunch of Tom Baker stuff. The only problem is they play the same ones over and over for like days on end.
Sure.
So I'm like, I go, well, I'll put it on like a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That way I'll see different stuff. But I actually, for the first time ever on that channel, I got to see the episode that is actually the origin of why his TARDIS is stuck. The episode where the piece of equipment in the TARDIS that would transform it into various shapes went.
Yeah.
And now it is forever a police box. Yeah. Why? Because it's easy to build. My comic shop actually built a TARDIS, and they, the right dimensions, except for the inside part, they messed that up.
Well, yeah, it was smaller on the inside. Yeah, it's like that's tough to do. Leave it to the pros.
They built it, and it's made to go together and come apart, so they can store it. Okay. And whenever they had like an event at the shop, Halloween Comic Fest, Free Comic Book Day, anything like that, this would go out by the sidewalk, and they'd have somebody that looked a lot like you, only younger, with hair.
Younger, yeah.
And they were borrowing your Fez at least, and they'd wave at the people, and we actually had a couple of cosplayers come by that were dressed as as the Doctor and a companion, and
very cool.
So and it was a lot of fun, and they actually at one point, because he never likes to leave the store the same way, for very long. Right. One, he gets bored looking at it. So he's like, well, time to rip it all down and start anew.
Wow.
So he changes it around. And the last time he did it, he changed it for COVID rules. So everything could be spaced. So people could go in, multiple people could come in, because it's a small shop, could come in and they could shop, and they could still be, social distancing and and still buy comics. And graphic novels and a few actual real books. And but they had this like a front of the store and the back of the store, because it used to be like it was set up for offices, and he's turned it into a comic shop.
Oh, nice.
And so the back of the store is like all back issues and some toys, and the front of the store is newer stuff and trades and graphic novels. And his son is a huge Halloween nut.
Ah.
He works for Spirit Halloween now that he's old enough, and every year for Christmas, all he wants is a gift card to Spirit Halloween so he can buy more animatronic props.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There is 0.01% of space to move in this kid's bedroom.
I bet. That's great.
And now his father's store has become a storage bin, so the props have become part of the store.
Oh, it's brilliant.
But at one point they had built out some displays, so there was a literal doorway that would go into the back. And what they did is they took the back of the TARDIS off, and they left the front with the door swinging out a certain way, so people could just walk through the TARDIS and be like, "Oh, it's bigger on the inside."
Oh, yeah. Nice.
And it has comics too.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, I imagine the Doctor's TARDIS does have comics. I'm sure there is like a special comic room with like miles of long boxes in it, and all of it's in mint condition.
Yeah, all from Titan Comics, who puts out a wonderful line of Doctor Who comic books.
That they do. I've been reading a lot of them on hoopla.com, which is for those who don't know, it's a free app you can get for your phone, your computer. I have it on my iPad, and it ties into your library card. So if you have a library card, you can get on this hoopla.com and you can check out 30 items a month. And Titan Books is part of that. Plus, they have a lot of the Big Finish audios too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I did a show that was about 5 hours away. This was about 3 years ago. And I had downloaded one of the Paul McGann audios onto my iPad. And I was listening to that on the way back and to the show. And that was a treat. That was a definite treat.
I get to read a lot of them because we had Outright Geekery had the website. And then we built up so quick that we outgrew the website and we kind of blew it up, and we lost 5 years worth of writing.
Oh no!
Luckily, I save all my pieces to to Docs. So Good. My Google Docs is like 80 pages long with just stuff that I reviews and various other things that I've written.
Good for you.
So we've got access to the review copies of of all these things, and I couldn't read half of them if I wanted to, but I try to read some so I can get in, because on my YouTube, of course, I do Creators Outlet, which is well over 100 episodes now.
Cool.
They can all be seen there, and episode 40 on up can all be down. The audio can all be downloaded, so you can listen to it on your favorite device or on your way to work in the car. And enjoy it that way. Please download my podcast.
Like, subscribe, and share, friends. Like, subscribe, and share.
And you can give me a nice 5-star review.
There we go.
On the podcast, at least, yes.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun, because I started off doing reviews for them. Prior to that, I was working for Martin Dunn for his publishing site. And then they saw I did an interview with Andy Belanger, and at the time he was doing he was just brought on over at Dynamite to do a short run on Vampirella.
Oh yeah, right.
And I'd been following him, and I was a fan of his own personal comic series that Image was putting out that has been signed to a development deal with NBC.
Ooh.
So he will have a show coming out fairly soon.
Nice.
But they saw and they read the interview that I did with them, and well, we're kind of looking for people. And I went from reviewing, and then one week I wrote like I wrote like 6 reviews in like 3 days,
Nice.
and they're like, "Would you be interested in?" I'm like, "Oh dear Lord."
What have I gotten myself into? Yeah.
And
Story of my career.
the young lady that was in charge of a bunch of stuff, like talking to the publishers and sending them like the review, sending them the hot links for the reviews and everything
Sure.
from the website
Sure.
every week. She was moving on because she was going into her own writing career.
Good for her.
And so, she trained me, and I went in and I started doing this, and next thing you know, I'm talking to publishers every week, and then a certain thing called the Stinny showed up at my doorstep and gave me some money, and I bought a camera and a microphone, and I was like, I don't have to type anymore.
Yes.
Because my favorite thing to do for years is to go to a comic book convention and go straight to the creators area.
Yeah.
Go right to Artist Alley and talk to the writers and the artists and publishers, and take a look at what everybody's got, and just talk their ear off. And now I can do it from the comfort of my home. It's a wonderful thing.
Yes, it is. Well, I've got my Tuesday night show, Clever Title Pending, where we talk to a lot of people. Novelists, artists. We've gotten some cosplayers on, like Karen Nicole. We've got the Phoenix Sisters coming up soon. We've got John Celestri, the former animator, coming up. We've got we've gotten quite a number of really cool people. If I had to leave my office to go meet them, we wouldn't have Clever Title Pending, which is one of the things I love about right now. I get a lot of people. It's like, well, I want to get into it when it's right. Well, the technology is always improving, but the time to get in is right now and establish yourself. Because, my broadcasting, I think I'm in I need to go back and find out when I did it. Time is kind of blurring for me right now, mostly in the last year, because of the pandemic. But I think I've been doing this for about 6 years, and Clever Title Pending's been around for about 2 or 3. But it was just about a year ago I switched it from like a conversation show where kind of like what we're having now, and we talk to the the audience, into an interview show. I just did it on a whim with a good friend of mine. I thought, well, this is working out. I like this. But you're right. Right now's the best time to get into this, and it has its perks. It does. And eventually, like with you establish yourself, and suddenly other people ask you, hey, would you want to do what you do but do it for us? It's like I said, for the last couple of years I've done more work for other people than I have for myself. And there is a certain amount of ego boost in that suddenly I'm wanted. I tell people there was a time when nobody cared how much idle time was on my hands. So the fact that they want to keep me busy is quite gratifying. So, and there have been numerous rewards, both personal and otherwise. Oh, and right now I wanted to mention this. Since we're Doctor Who fans, I want to recommend something to you, and I've been reading them on Hoopla. Ben Aronovich, who wrote some of the stories for, I think, Sylvester McCoy back in the day on Doctor Who, has a series called Rivers of London, which is about a division of Scotland Yard that deals with the paranormal. And it's wonderfully written. There's also a series of graphic novels that are adapting the novels, the regular prose novels, and those are scripted by Andrew Cartmel, who was the script editor during the Sylvester McCoy years, and created this the legendary Cartmel Master Plan, which basically became part of what the Target novels were after a time, and they're still doing stuff like that now on Doctor Who, with trying to increase the mystery of it. But it's a really good series. If you like the writing on Doctor Who, you'll love Rivers of London. That's my review, kids. So
I really liked the spin-off show that they brought with Captain Jack Harkness there.
Torchwood, yes, I
That
love
was that
Torchwood.
was so good, and I was so sad when they, you know, let it go up in flames. I'm like, oh, I just found the new show to watch. What are you
I
doing?
know.
I'm like, who are you, NBC?
Yeah, or Sci-Fi Channel or something like that. Think
Well,
I'm still
NBC owns
there.
Sci-Fi Channel, and of course, in turn, they're owned by Comcast. So,
Yeah. What are you
you
gonna do?
know,
I get it, but yeah, I love Torchwood too. And when we moved here to Lafayette, Indiana, we were driving around one day, and there was this a set of apartments called Torchwood Estates, and we almost ran off the road because we're like, cats. But they're doing new Torchwood episodes, but they're on Big Finish now, the audio adventures. So. I've heard little snippets of those, and I'm trying not to get hooked on Big Finish. I'm trying desperately not to get hooked. So
I don't want to get hooked on this because then they'll cancel it again. I convinced some friends of mine that are big comic book and sci-fi guys and gals that NBC doesn't actually stand for the National Broadcasting Company. It actually stands for Nearly Been Canceled.
I can see that. I can see that. Oh my God!
Where's your proof of that? I go, Star Trek, the original series. I rest my case, Your Honor.
That's true. Yeah, kind of like Fox, Fox has that reputation now, like with Firefly and all. It's like, let's take these quality series, run them out of order, and then not give them a chance to find an audience.
Firefly, the Terminator series they did with the young, pretty female Terminator.
Oh, Connor
Chronicles.
Yes. I want to say Sarah Jane, of course, but
that's a different show.
That's a different show. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, you talk about Torchwood. I got to interview James Marsters one time at a show.
Oh, nice.
Oh, he is so much fun, and I do a lot of interviews. I have a degree in journalism. I'm finally using it after all these decades. But they asked me if I would interview him, and I'm like, oh, yeah. So we're going up on stage, saying hello, introducing ourselves, and it's like I don't know who he is, right? And I always try to ask the big names, is there anything you do or don't want me to ask you about? And he said, you can ask me anything at all. And I'm like, oh man, you're in trouble. And this interview is on YouTube. My interview with him. So the first question I asked him, I said, okay, well, you've been in Torchwood, you've been in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and you've played many romantic scenes, in your career. Who's the better kisser, Sarah Michelle Gellar or John Barrowman? And the whole audience is like, oh no, he did not ask that question. And I'm like, and not to give it away, but he said, do you want the truth or do you want what I usually tell people? I said, I want the truth. He said, I have no way of knowing. They were all stage kisses, because you do things for the camera. And it looks good, but it isn't exactly there for functionality between the actors. And so he told me he kept trying to kiss Sarah Michelle Gellar for reels, and it just did not look good. And the director goes, cut. And about 4,000 takes later, he said, listen, would you just do it this way so we can all go home? So he did it so it looks nice on screen, but I guess he was probably as close to literally as close to her as you and I are right now. But he's just such an incredible guy. He's just just such a fun person to talk to and everything. But yeah, I've done stage work and I've done a little bit of movies, and there's I learned there's one way that you see people, they take each other's faces, like in their cheeks like this, but they put their thumbs up along the sides of the mouth. And then they come in close, and actually their lips are about the width of the thumb. So they're not actually kissing, but it just really looks good. So, There are other film mediums that do that, but we won't mention that because this might be a family show. So
Well, you never know.
that's true. That's
You
true.
know.
You know, it's no. I will not sink to the baser levels here. I will behave on your show.
Yeah, we'll keep it good for now. Next time we'll go overboard.
No problem. No problem. It's not like I never do on my programs.
Well, yeah, exactly. I've been
Yeah.
there.
Dignity is my watchword. Always dignity.
I really got the kickstart to do this when I covered Rhode Island Comic Con back in November 2019. Because I still had the manual wheelchair at that point, so I had help pushing my my large carcass around, and we get to go in early, and they made you go in. It's like two buildings, like it was like a civic center, and then the outer ring of that civic center auditorium, they would set up vendors all the way there, and then there's a 90-degree ramp that you have to go up to get into the convention center. There's no elevators for you to go in.
Oh crap! My mother was in a wheelchair towards the end of her life, so yeah, I get it.
And you know, we got up there to the second level of the convention center, and we spot these two swinging doors. And I asked one of the cosplayers, I go, "Excuse me, what's through there?" He goes, "Vendors and artist alley." I go, "Thank you so much." Boom.
Yeah,
and that's where I spent my time. And
cool.
We came past like the first two vendors, and then off on the left-hand side, taking up this huge corner, almost as big as his ego, is Neil Adams.
Oh man!
And
I met him a long time ago in Chicago Con. Yes.
And I got to they were still setting up. Neil and his daughter and his one of his managers were staging everything.
Sure.
And you know, he entertained the thought of talking to me for about a good 45 minutes.
Oh, nice.
And I got nice, happy Neil. I didn't get angry. Why is nobody paying me $50 for my autograph, Neil?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there are people with a certain amount of ego. I'm told I'm one of them, but the thing is, Neil has accomplished so very much.
Oh yeah,
in this industry, and anyone who denies his incredible talent and the contributions he's made to the comics medium, not just what you see in the pages, but also behind the scenes and fighting for creator rights as he has. I think he's one of the people that in that industry who, if they have an ego, they are more than entitled to it because they've earned it. But I think it's remarkable how many great creators do not have that ego. I got to meet Will Eisner at a show one time.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, one of the sweetest guys around. And this almost broke my heart, actually, because we were at this show, and I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to name drop, but there was one artist who had just taken over a major comic book, and he had a line that practically ran out to the parking lot because he was the hot artist du jour. My wife and I walked up to Will Eisner. We talked to him for a solid hour. A solid hour, only interrupted like 3 or 4 times by somebody wanting an autograph.
Wow.
And he talked to us like you and I are talking right now, just down to earth, talking about comics and even at his age, he's probably close to what I am now. This was quite some time ago. And he still had that same love of comics that we all had when we were 11 or 12. It was so amazing to talk to him and just be in the presence of this man who has done so much for this industry as far as creativity and the talent that he brought into comics. Lou Fine, Reed Crandall, William Woolfolk, people like that. And it was, just one of the best times of my life, but it just made me almost furious. And I told him this. I said, you know what? I shouldn't even be able to get close to you. And he says, I don't begrudge those people. He was very gracious about it. And I said, yeah, but I'm going to be ungracious for you. You know, it's like, hey, people ought to be lining up here like you're a shrine, man. You've done so much. And, you know, he was kind of like, I've done one or two things. Yeah, it's fine. But he was such a great guy to talk to. And, you know, Stanley, I got to meet him one time. Of course, you know, not that I name drop or anything, but first time I met Stan Lee, it was at a small convention in Indianapolis, and I was living in East Central Illinois. My mom said, Stan's coming to Indy, you go. You just go. I said, fine. So I went up to him, and it was set 1976. It was the year that Howard the Duck was running for president. Okay? And I had painted I used to draw. I don't do so much now anymore. I'm more of a writer. Because I hadn't really developed much as an artist since I was 6. But anyway, I painted this thing of Howard the Duck with his little 3 fingers up, you know, like the Richard Nixon double peace sign. And he was standing on a red, white, and blue ground. And it was in the form of his slogan, Get Down America. And I painted all this out in red, white, and blue. I still have the t-shirt. In fact, it may even fit. But I went up to, and I wore this thing to Indianapolis, and I went up to Stan, and I'm thinking, he's going to love this. He's just going to gush all over me. You just wait. And so I go up to him, and he looks at the shirt, and he goes, nice shirt, true believer. And he called me a true believer. And so, like, I'm having that moment poets to dedicate their lives to describing. And he's like, nice t-shirt, true believer. Where'd you buy it? I said, I didn't buy it, Stan. I made it. He goes, oh, really? How many of those did you make? Well, this is the only one, Stan. I made it. And he goes, well, okay. How many of you sold of that t-shirt? I haven't sold any of this, Stan. And it took me years to realize he was grilling me to see if I had bootlegged this shirt. Mm-hmm. But at the time, I'm like, no, Stan, this is the only shirt I made it. I wore it just for you, man. And finally, after about 5 minutes of being interrogated like this, I finally, like, Stan, this is the only one. I'm never going to make another one. It's a pain in the butt to do. And I'm not that good an artist. It was a lot of work. I'm wearing the only copy that was, and will ever be of this shirt. And he got that great big Stan Lee smile, you know. And he looks at me and goes, well, I'm glad you said that, true believer, because otherwise I'd have to sue your ass off. And I'm like, this is great. You know, and after that, though, Stan and I had a long, grown-up conversation about comics, about life. And every time I ran into him for the rest of the show, he's like, hey, Brian, glad you're still here, you know, that sort of thing. And I'm like calling my mother because I'm so excited because I spent all this time with Stan the man. And I'm like, oh, like, you know, I'm like about 19, 20 or so. Yeah, I was 20 at the time. And I'm like calling Mom from Indianapolis, going, Mom, I spent all afternoon practically with Stan Lee. Isn't it great? And she's like, oh, really? What'd he say? He goes, he said he's going to sue my ass off. And she's like, why are you so happy? I'm like, it's Stan, Mom. So that's the value of going to these shows, you know, these stories you come back with.
I had a chance to meet him at the first Rhode Island Comic-Con.
Ooh, yeah.
But I didn't do it, one, because I hate lines, and two,
so do I.
At the time, I really couldn't see myself parting with $150 for 30 seconds of his time.
Yeah, that's, I understand that completely. And I have to say that, you know, while I say I'm not that fan, you know, I'm old enough to remember a time when the creators were just grateful you recognized them and wanted their autograph. And so many of them now do charge for their autographs. And I don't begrudge them to a degree. Because I understand a lot of them could just stay home and probably make more money. You know, a lot of them. And I know, like, for instance, you mentioned Neil Adams. I have heard what his asking price is for an appearance at a convention. He, you know, like a lot of celebrities, he works on a guarantee that he's going to walk away with at least that much money, whether he gets it from the fans or customers, or whether he gets it from the con organizers. You know, he's going to walk away with it. But it's the same money he would have made if he stayed home and worked his advertising business. And I understand that nobody wants to lose money. So, if somebody is
Oh no,
asking,
I get it. I
I
get
do
it
too.
completely. And
Doesn't mean I like it, but
well, yeah. I don't begrudge him or anything.
right.
But when I get to talk to him for like nearly close to an hour, and when I went, anytime I went by his booth, if he didn't have people there, he waved at me.
Yeah.
"You having a good time?" I go, "As soon as I win the lottery, I will. There's a beer cart over there." He goes, "There is?" I go, "Yeah, right by the CGC booth."
Uh-huh.
He goes, "Oh yeah, because you have to be drunk to get a nice comic book and then put it in a coffin." I go,
That's beautiful. That's
But
beautiful.
I brought up a conversation that's his favorite talking point, himself, and
Yeah.
I talked, and I thanked him for the fond memories of my childhood that I still
Sure.
enjoy to this day, and
Yeah.
pointing out prints that he had and original art, and I'm like, I had this. He goes, "You had that original art piece?" I go, "No, but I had the comic book version of this that your work put into it," and
Sure.
so he was very grateful that he gets on edge when rude people just go over the top, and
Yeah.
go all Karen on him and start chewing him out for how dare you ask money for a funny book, and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I did help felicitate a reunion between himself and Marty Abrams, because Marty Abrams was with Mego down the far end of this huge room.
Oh yeah.
And I had set up through channels to have like a little mini interview with him,
Oh, very
so
cool.
I'd have something to write home about, and which of course started with, "Thank you so much for making my childhood fun. Can you do that all over again, please? Because I'm on the second one now."
Yeah, there we go. I haven't even left the first one yet, so.
And I don't. He goes, "How's the show been for you?" I go, "Pretty good." I go, "The first thing I did was talk for nearly an hour with Neil Adams." He goes, "Neil's here?" Well, apparently Neil drew all the art for all the original Mego boxes and advertising and everything back in the 60s and 70s.
Oh wow, I wasn't aware of that.
So he went down and said hi to him, and he sat down with Neil behind his desk, and they went arm in arm and took a picture, the same of which they had when they both had no gray hair whatsoever. So I get to meet and talk to him.
Nice.
It was a big weekend for me because I got to hang out. I hung out for quite a while. Probably to the point of annoyance with Graham Nolan,
Great art.
Bill McKay, Christopher Priestley, who is back writing Vengeance of Vampirella for Dynamite.
Nice. He's a great writer. I like him.
I gushed all over Mike Grell.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I got excited because I'm part of this group on Facebook. It's a sales group for comic book lovers called the Comic Book Shopping Network.
Right, I've seen that. Yeah.
And one of the stores out in Arizona does a show like later in the late in the evening, usually, because Arizona time.
Sure.
Called the Binge Bar, and they do there's like 22 plus stores in this group, and they're always doing show after show around the clock pretty much. And the other night I actually scored the entire first volume run of Mike Grell's John Sable Freelance.
Oh, great comics
For $20.
Oh my God, Jesse James rode a horse.
Yeah,
That's
I'm like,
deal.
really? I'm like, That's awesome because that's going to look great right next to my Timothy Truman Scout
Yes.
Volume 1, and I even have
Oh, nice.
the Handbook Survival Guide in New America.
Yeah.
Which I might have to reread because that might ring out to be true very soon.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, see how good a prophet Tim Truman was. Yeah, Tim Truman did one of my favorite comics, Grimjack, from First Comics. Got to interview him for Back Issue Magazine a number of years ago. Great guy, super talented. And I love Grimjack. Seriously, that's one of my favorite books ever.
I've got the Volume 1 trade of Grimjack. And then IDW relaunched Grimjack a number of years back. And going through the boxes, I found like the first 5 or 10 issues of that too. And I'm like, ooh, nice.
Oh yeah, and John Ostrander writing that's beautiful. It's beautiful work. I think it's one of the most original concepts in ages. And then he was replaced by Tom Mandrake, who's done a lot of really great work like The Spectre
and he was at the show too.
Was he really? Oh, very cool.
He was there, and he had he still had the original art behind him of that, a couple of the amazing glow in the dark Spectre covers that he did.
Yes.
I found one going through boxes, which was the Spectre in the background, and he's looking at this crowd of people, and you can see the glow in the dark paint on it. And when you tilt it back, you realize, well, when you hang this up under the light and then you take it away in the dark to look at it, and the Spectre is actually looking at everybody in the crowd dead.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
that is sweet.
So I had asked him, I go, I love your Spectre work. Like, thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. By chance, how many millions is that original famous Spectre glow in the dark artwork on for? He's like, do you own your own company? I'm like, no. He goes, then it might be a little out of your price range. And and he told me what it was. It's one of those things as a creator that you really don't want to sell.
Yeah.
But it's so popular that you bring it with you to every show with a certain price on it that you would still be sad if it sold, but on the backside of that sale, you would be giddy like a schoolgirl because you just bought your summer home. And
pretty much. And it's rarely going to go down in value too. So
so I was happy, and that's what kicked off this whole thing. And then when COVID hit, and they just about started to do, about a week before they started to do the lockdowns for mass, they delivered my motorized wheelchair. I'm like, great, I can finally get out and go about. The day they delivered it was the day they announced the lockdown, and nobody leave your house.
Yep.
Unless you're a medical worker, stay home.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you're making minimum wage working at a supermarket, you need to go to work too.
Yeah. Well, that's true, but it's like they kept us fed. Between them and Uber drivers, this last year has been quite a challenge for all of us, especially those of us like in 2017, I think it was. I had a show. My season started in late January. I finished in mid-December that year. I think I only had 4 weekends off that whole year. And I told myself in 2020 I was going to cut down the number of shows I did so I could get some more work done. And circumstance really forced me to cut down shows to, from about one every other week on the average to I think I got 6 personal appearances in 2020. In fact, my co-host on Comic Book Spectrum, Clyde Hall, was one of the people who threw a library show that I attended, and it was the week later that both Indiana and Illinois went into complete lockdown. So,
Well, it's just amazing that you got six show appearances in the year of COVID. So
yeah, but it was 3 at the start of it, and then 3 at the very end. I had Kokomo Con, Non-Con, which is a paranormal event in Southwest Ohio, just about an hour or so north of Cincinnati, and the third one was a comic shop appearance. So, and I was darn grateful to have those 3, because if nothing else, it meant I got out of the house and
yeah,
I got to see some people I knew.
because I have people all the time that goes, "Do you ever get out of the house?" I go, "Yeah, when I go to the doctors." He goes, "Well, that's going to be a thrill, at least to get out of the house." I go, "Not really. Half the time they tell me you need to go to the hospital and get 14 tubes of blood."
Yeah.
I'm like, "What do I get out of it?"
Yeah, you're about 14 tubes of blood lighter. That's about all you get.
Goes,
So,
"What do I get out of it?" And usually his response is, "Well, within a few hours, we'll find out whether you can relax at home this evening or if you're checking into the drafty dress hotel."
yeah, it
I'm like,
reminds me of a saying I learned from National Lampoon many years ago. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you like the play?
mhm.
It's like I tend to look at the good side of it, but it's one thing I've learned in my advancing years. The silver lining is often there, but sometimes there's a lot of dark cloud behind it too. It's like like the year I was out on the road every weekend, not seeing my wife and not getting anything done to say anything of. And everybody's like, "Well, wow, you go to all these great shows." Yeah, I leave at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's dark when I leave. I choke down, I know where every truck stop is between here and my destination, because I've eaten at all of them more than once. I eat junk food in the morning. I eat junk food at lunch if I get lunch, and then I have to set up my displays and everything. And then I hopefully will sell enough to make it worth my while. Then I have to break it all down and then drive back, usually in the dark, back to the house where my wife is. She was asleep when I left the house, and she's asleep when I get there. So, you know, um, there is a little more than just the glamour of this rock and roll lifestyle, as I like to call it. But
Mhm.
it does have its rewards, and I do look on it with. I would rather do this than a 9 to 5. I'm just too much of a free spirit to do the 9 to 5 very well anymore.
Well, like I say, well, a bad day at my job is better than a good day at anybody else's.
That's true. That's true. And I think I've one of the best jobs in the world. Seriously, I get to talk to guys like you. I get to broadcast. I have a whole bunch of friends that come see me 5 times a week for anywhere from 1 to 2 hours or more. I've made so many great friends in the creative community, in comics and in prose, that um, I've got the best job in the world. There are weeks I wish it paid better, but the fringe benefits are more than worth it. So,
Well, mine doesn't pay at all, but I'm fine with that because I get to talk to everybody.
oh yeah, yeah,
Otherwise, I would just be, a little loonier than I already am, and talking to myself, and you know,
hmm
I'm like, and this week was a little different because I took a couple of days off in the beginning of the week because usually I do creators outlet Monday, Tuesday, Fridays.
sure.
Uh, Wednesday, I just started doing an art show with Sean Howe.
Oh, nice.
So we do the Seanzilla art show every Wednesday, where
Hmm.
Sean comes on and draws something, starts to work on something different each week.
Yeah,
People can claim it. He's got a character of the month this month being the Joker, which is perfect for me.
sure.
Uh, and that he offers whatever the character of the month is. If you order something or buy something with that character,
Hmm.
it's 25% off.
Oh, nice.
So we
Good.
use it as a, you know, publishing tool to hopefully get him seen by more people. And I like to go on the Twitterverse and tag like a half dozen different publishers each week. Hire this guy. He wants to do more covers. Hire him to do a cover. Hire him to do a cover.
Well, he's crazy talented. He really is.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Thursday nights, my friend Thomas Hewlett and myself from Outright Geekery do the appropriate named OK Boomer, the podcast.
That must be why my ears burn on Thursday nights. Yeah.
And we go to the virtual spinner rack, and we go back and we reread or read for the first time various picks from Golden, Silver, and Bronze Age comics.
Beautiful.
And we go through them like page by page, digitally on the screen for people, and
sure.
We talk about it. We rate them at the end. A couple weeks ago, because of Mr. Thorne's passing, we did a tribute show where we covered a couple of the early Frank Thorne books.
Oh yeah,
the Marvel premieres.
Sure, yeah.
And then Sean also drew Red Sonja for the first time. He finished her up this week, and sticking with that we love redheads philosophy. This past week, we dove into the rabbit hole that is Dave Sims.
Oh my gosh!
And we covered Cerebus with the first appearance of Red Sophia.
Yes.
So that's every Thursday night, and I keep the weekends free, unless it's a special circumstance, because I have a soon-to-be teenage daughter who will come from her mother's house over on the weekends. That way I get to spend time with her.
Oh, good.
And because all she does is make fun of my podcasting.
She'll come around.
But, I go, I don't care. And I go, because, teenage girls can be mean. I remember from high school.
I was going to say, yeah, I can remember how they could be too back in the day. So yeah, of course, as I tell people, I was quite undateable in my teens, so I understand them a lot better now in my declining years.
I've been quite undateable my entire life, so I'm good with that. But we end up having a good time. The only time I work on the weekends is when I jump on as one of the co-hosts with Pops and Phil for CromCon.
Oh yeah.
So like once a month, I'm on CromCon nonstop until Pops goes to the after show on Sunday and gives Phil and I the big boot. Okay, I'm gonna go hang out with some cool people now. You can go away.
Oh, I think Pops probably knows how cool you guys are, you and Phil. And you guys do a great job on CromCon. That is really, really quite unique in what you guys do. I like CromCon a lot.
We tried drastically, especially that time that Pops supposedly lost power for 2 hours.
Oh, God.
And Phil and I had to take over, and he said, the power went down for 2 hours. I go, uh-huh.
Pull the other one, Pops. You just wanted to break.
You just wanted to take a nap. You were like, yeah, I've talked to these two next guests plenty of times. Let them do it. I'm like, all right. And one of the first times I helped him out, he was like, I gotta go take care of something. He's sending me in a private, in the private chat. He goes, I got to take care of something real quick. Do you have this? I go, please. And I'm like, you're lucky I don't have the keys to the castle. I would have just booted you out of your own stream.
Yeah, there you go.
But
Yeah, I had a show I did one time. Christian Basil was with me, along with Eric Hawkins, who does the Zombieful World of Oz.
Mhm.
And we had a thunderstorm here in Indiana, and well, actually, it was Christian and Eric were talking, completely ignoring me, which I get. But and all of a sudden, I'm seeing the lights in here flicker, and I'm like, and I heard this loud explosion, like the transformer blowing. We're about
Mhm.
2 blocks from our transformer, and you heard it sound like mortar fire. And I'm seeing the lights in here flickering, and I'm trying to tell the guys, I gotta go here. Fortunately, Christian could control the show. We were on the same StreamYard account at the time, but it was my show, and I'm like, guys, if something happens to me, it's because of the power. I think something's gone wrong. Then the lights go out here, and I went back and looked at it, looked at the tape to see what it looked like, and I had frozen like this for about 3 minutes, but those two were just, chat, didn't even notice. Then all of a sudden I disappear, and, or they look up, and I think the last thing they see is everything going black around me, and then I vanish. And they're both like, what happened to Brian? Oh my God, somebody get in touch with Brian, make sure he's okay. And I'm like, I'm trying to, I don't have Christian's number, so I'm like trying to get him on my, like direct messenger on my phone. And I'm like, typing to everyone, because I could still get out with my phone, because it was, 5G and all. And I'm like, trying to type to everybody, go, tell Christian I'm okay. I don't want him panicking and thinking I died or anything, but
The
yeah.
Daleks got him.
That's right. That's right. By God, they fear me. By God, they're going to turn me into a Cyberman.
Oh God, I've seen some of the earlier episodes of the Cybermen now, and I'm like, that
Yeah.
it was that scary because the costumes and the special effects were just that bad then.
That's true. Where the 10th planet, where you see the lips of the actor behind the mask. Yeah, I they have done a considerably more skilled job of portraying the Cybermen in the years past.
Yeah, more recently, it's like much better.
Oh yeah, well they've got again, it's like publishing or broadcasting. It's the technology that has improved. I mean, when I worked for public broadcasting in the late '90s, we had what was called a toaster, and it was where we could, or actually, there was only like 3 people in the whole building who could operate this thing, and you basically programmed it to give you certain, very limited functions. And the thing is, everybody had to be out of the building because it took up the, so much computer room, so much computer power, that we basically had to be out of the building, that nobody could be running anything at the time. And by morning, once they'd worked through the program, the machine had worked through the program, you might have like 15 seconds of computer generated video, which now you can do far more sophisticated stuff on a laptop than you could back then with, all the computing power of the gods back then. So
yeah, I know. It's just crazy. They would build these sets for like all the various sci-fi shows and reuse them over and over again.
Oh yeah.
And it would be like these big towering things with like reel to reels on them, and they'd all be spinning, and be like, what's that? Well, that's what computers used to look like.
Yeah. Well, we backed up I used to work in the fundraising department, and we backed up our records every weeknight that we worked. And we had these, I think they were close to like 15 inches, wide, and the tape was probably about a half-inch wide. And it would take approximately 3 or 4 hours to back up all of our data. And before I left professionally, I was there for 3 years as a professional, and we had put in a new computer system that used like a cassette tape, and the tape was about the size of a VHS tape,
Mhm.
and it cut down the all that backup down to about, well, I don't even think it took 45 minutes from that point. And now, I have no idea what they're doing now, but they're probably saving it on the cloud like the rest of us. So, I can remember getting my first hard drive in a computer that was over 1 gig, and I thought, I will never fill this thing. And now I have not the laptop I'm broadcasting from, but the one I use for my business. It has a terabyte drive on it, and I'm mindful of how much I'm putting on it. So,
Mhm.
including the 1 terabyte I've got for free because I've got Microsoft work. So,
Well,
it's amazing how our perceptions change.
I've got a 1 terabyte drive in my tower,
Uh-huh.
and I have to be careful of stuff that I want to download because it's pretty much full.
That was a sympathetic laughter, by the way, not mocking at all. Believe me.
And I have another drive that I bought before my coma that I had for probably about a year or two that I got on sale for like $150, and it's a 1 terabyte drive. I've never installed it, mostly because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And but that goes with everything with me. I never know what the hell I'm doing. So I'm gonna have to get a friend to come over and do it. And I asked somebody, he goes, so you're gonna just put another 1 terabyte in there? He goes, what did you pay for that? I go, $150 on sale. He goes, Newegg now, you can get like a 4 or 5 terabyte internal for $99.
Yeah,
without it being on sale. And I'm like,
yeah, but that's the nature of electronics.
Yeah. 30 seconds after you buy it, it's already out of,
It's already obsolete. It's like driving the car off the lot when you buy it new.
Yep.
I remember when I was in high school, I had one of my first jobs was at our local cable TV. Remember cable access?
Yeah.
And we used to cover ball games. We had a semi-pro team in our area, and we would tape it, and they were on these cassettes. The normal VHS were about this when you look down on them. These were more like this. They looked more like bricks. An iPad, and they were about probably close to 2 inches thick, and so was the tape inside. And they could only record like about an hour, I think, at max. And so we were in a truck, and we were covering this ball game, which of course would last a couple hours or more if it went into extra innings. And so one of my jobs on some of my first gigs was I would bring my car, and when they reached the end of the hour, they would have, okay, we're going to take a station break now. We'll be back in 1 minute. And then the director would quickly eject that cassette, hand it to me. I would be out the door, and by the time I'd hit the ground, he had this next one in and hit record. So we only lost like about 10 seconds maybe of that. And you look at it now, and the VHS could record up to 6 hours, and now you've got things like this where you could record virtually forever. So
and all the kids at home are being like, what's a VHS?
Yeah. It's like there's a 7-year difference in age between my wife and myself, and sometimes I describe my childhood to her and the tech level then when we had like hi-fi records and things like that, and she looks at me like I need subtitles, like there's some sort of explanation that is forthcoming. I remember I had a conversation with my great-grandfather in 1971. I remember it distinctly. He was 91 at the time, and he was about to pass on. But here was a man. He and I had these wonderful talks because he was bat crap crazy, and I loved him dearly. I think I got too much of my intellect from him. or my attitude towards life. But he told me that, due to his age, he could remember the end of the Old West. He can remember a time when houses did not have indoor plumbing or electricity or even gas lines. That there was a time before airplanes, before radio, before television. And at this point, we had just gotten onto the moon. And we had like the very first, trans world broadcasts. Okay. And he told me at the time, he said, I cannot even conceive of one more bit of technology coming down the pike in my lifetime. And of course, like I said, he passed away not long after that. But then I look back at that 1971, and I'm still I'm still in high school then. But I look back at 1971 and what we're doing now in 2021. And this to us, back then probably would have looked like something out of a comic book. That that everything looks like Star Trek now. That all we're missing are the jet packs and the warp drives on our spaceships. That's about all we missed out on. But things are changing, and I have to say that in my own career as a creator, a lot of it is I'm able to do what I do, like you're able to do what you do with this broadcasting, like we both do, because the technology caught up with what we needed it to do. And it's, I still say the best time to get involved in this sort of thing is right this moment, and start building your business, so to speak, build your fan base, whatever you want to call it. But the technology will make it easier. It will keep getting better and better. I mean, even in publishing right now, I've been doing it full time since 2012, and even in 9 years, it's changed so much. So,
oh yeah, it's come so far. I mean, I remember, even back in the 90s, an indie guy, unless he could pretty much guarantee Diamond, that he had like 5,000 units ready to go, and could get, could solicit for that and pay them to solicit for that. And, pray to God that, he didn't lose his shirt in the process.
Oh yeah.
And that, they sold through, like, and you had to order, 2 to 5,000 of a book on a print run. There was no, print on demand or any of this,
Oh yeah.
other foolishness, like, $500, metallic covers to some book that you never heard of.
Yeah. Yeah.
With a speculator market, like, sending along their telegraph lines to make everybody else think that, this is the second coming, and they have to buy this, and it's worth $1 million. And
yeah,
like, I go, what? Once you fools stop overpaying for the same book that I paid, $3 for,
yeah,
and realize it's just a pretty picture on a cover, and it doesn't mean anything. Because you can look at that same pretty picture online anytime you want.
Exactly.
And it doesn't cost you a dime.
Yeah, that's so true. It really is. And it's like I'm sure that the 90s books will be worth something eventually. Except for
they actually are again.
That's good.
Because the 90s kids are turning into what we were 20 years ago when we wanted to start to relive our childhood. So we started buying our, all, the Mego toys and the original G.I. Joes and, Captain Action and, Major Matt Mason. And
I had that too. And Captain Laser.
And, all those cool play sets from Mark's Toys.
Oh yeah.
I had the Navarone.
Oh yeah. And I used to have what I think it was called Johnny Ringo. Because I bought it because it had those great Jack Davis art, the great Jack Davis art in the ads for it, and they were pretty cool. I did like the Marx toys a lot.
Marx used to make those like solid plastic, nothing moved on them figures with the bases.
Oh yeah,
and I've got some of the Marvel ones, and these were ahead of their time.
They're beautiful.
Because a few years ago, we got the Red Hulk.
Yes,
which was, Thunderbolt Ross, as we all know now. Oh, right. Sorry, spoiler.
Oh, way to go, Will. Thanks.
Well, look, if they haven't read the book that came out 5 years ago, it's not my fault.
That's right.
But I actually have Mark's toys from the 70s. I actually have a Red Hulk and a Green Hulk.
I remember those. I joined Marvel Mania, which was the fan club that Marvel ran after the Merry Marvel Marching Society and before FOOM. And for signing up, I got the set of this, I think it was 6 PVC, Marvel figures, Thor, Iron Man, Hulk, etc., in the classic poses. But they were all gray. They were not, and I thought I saw them later in the Kmarts and everything, and they were coming in like all the colors of the rainbow. They look like Skittles, and I still loved them. I still wish I still had mine, but somewhere I lost them in one of my moves.
I've got a few of them because a friend of mine, when him and his parents that are both passed now, moved from the original house from when I knew him to this, he goes, you love this stuff. I've enjoyed it all my life, and I don't want to carry anything out of here that I don't have to. So go up to the attic. I've packed a box for you. Just take it and go.
Oh, nice.
Don't say anything. Just take it and go.
That's sweet.
So I got an original Green Arrow.
Ooh.
That is very incomplete. I got a Superman with a very tattered cape and no logo on his chest.
Yeah.
I got one of the original Batmobiles.
Yeah.
Bat Cycle that of course is broken in the middle where it always broke with the sidecar.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna buy some Gorilla Glue and take care of that.
Oh yeah.
And I will not grow my hair back and put it in it. So I will be okay with that.
I did, and look what happened, kids. Let me be a warning to you. Yeah. Don't do what Uncle Brian did.
They had to chisel it off.
That's right.
He also gave me a very played with Escape from the Death Star game from Parker
cool.
Brothers.
I remember those, yeah.
And gave me a game that I didn't know existed. There was an actual original Battlestar Galactica board game.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
They opened it, saw how many pieces there were, and they closed the lid to the box and put it up on a shelf. It was never played with. The pieces were never punched out, so I still had this minty fresh thing. Nice. Plus, he gave me the novelization of the Battlestar Galactica pilot.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah.
The Mox toys. And do you remember the Marvel puppets that probably came with from like a Burger Chef or something?
Yes, I do remember those. I think I had a couple of them, but again, I think I lost them in one of my moves. So
I still have the Captain America and Hulk.
Oh, nice.
They need to be cleaned up. I had a Captain America that was still in the package, and all it was a plastic cellophane bag with the cardboard folded over and stapled on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was showing it off in a toy group probably about 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And somebody made me a ludicrous offer of $100 for it. So it went in the mail the next day. So
I understand. You got to give it a good home. I understand.
I'm like, I go, please. He goes, well, what are you going to do with that money? I go, I'm going to order some Chinese delivery.
I get that. Oh my God.
Little Kung Pao chicken will go a long way in making me feel better,
There you go. To the pain of separation. I get it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, Yeah, I remember some really good stuff. I do have one thing. I don't know. In fact, I may even have it here at hand. I will vamp while I look for it. I was a huge fan of The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Yes, it's right here. I keep it in a little box here with like a lot of jewelry that I've had since I was a kid. And I'm sure you'll. Well, actually, no. This is even better. I was going to show you what I thought was my Man from U.N.C.L.E. card, because the Man from U.N.C.L.E. had a rifle. It was a cap gun again, but it was the basic, 45 that Napoleon and Ilya carried in their, their shoulder, their holsters. But it also had a stock you could put on, a sniper scope, and a shoulder,
Shoulder stock, yeah.
Stock. Thank you. My parents got that for me one Christmas, and my father gave my toys and about 5/8 of my comics to a total stranger who came up at the door. But I think you'll appreciate this. This is I thought I had my Man from U.N.C.L.E. card in here, and it doesn't look as if I do, but I do have this. Marvel Mania International.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and of course that's my signature at the time, and it is also signed by Don Wallace. I think it's Don Wallace, who was actually the person in charge of Marvel Mania. He had Mark Evanier and Steve Sherman working for him before they worked for Jack Kirby at DC. And the keeper of the hammer is Irving Forbush. So, it's just one of the many remnants of my misspent youth. Well, I just have, boy, man, I'm not gonna come on this show more often because I also have this too.
Oh, I got one of those. I got a big giant bag of all the different color rings from the Lantern Corps.
Yes, I still have that too somewhere. Yeah, I'm trying to think. What else do I have? I better look. I may have some treasures in here. I may be heading to eBay before this show is over. But yeah, I have the Green Lanterns. Unfortunately, I have. Oh yeah.
This is actually
That's nice,
and it pops open.
Oh, that's sweet.
There was no costume in it, however.
Damn it.
But it's the reverse flash ring.
I see that.
And
that's
a
cool.
friend of mine goes, "How do you know it's the reverse flash ring?" I go, "Because it says so on the box, stupid."
People, we know our stuff. Do not question our expertise.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, and I also have something. I'm a big fan of, like I said, I'm a big fan of Superman. And one of my joys is there is actually a Metropolis. It's in Illinois. It's the only Metropolis that's in the zip code. And every year they have the Superman celebration. I'm friends with Jim Hambrick and his daughter Morgan, who run the Superman Museum. But I have something here that they sell in the gift shop there, and it's a kryptonite stick pin.
Oh, very nice.
And you can make Superman defenseless. It says so. The Federal Trade Commission makes sure that they don't lie about this stuff. And it's maybe a little tough to see, but there is a little tiny shred of kryptonite in there. So, so Superman, Superman, I've got this one locked away, so Superman is safe. I've got it in a lead-lined box. So,
yeah, I heard about that place many moons ago now, and it was one of the first museums that I befriended on the Facebook.
Well, if you're talking to Morgan, tell her I said hi.
And and I follow them, and I recently rewatched the statue presentation when she was still with us with Noelle Neal.
Yes.
And they had her statue made out there and everything. I go, oh, that's wonderful, because I have fond memories of that show. And the first superhero show, which is, you're a Superman guy, I'm a Batman guy, because when I was a little kid, like 3 or 4, I discovered the reruns of the Adam West Batman show.
Oh yeah.
And the first episode I saw had Cesar Romero in it.
Yes.
Whose autograph I own.
Ah, how cool.
I bought it from a from a from a reputable dealer
Uh-huh.
over in the UK,
Nice.
probably about 35 years ago. So
Beautiful.
I've had it forever, and I have a couple of Joker commissions that always hung around that when I hang it up, and it'll be up over once I clear out this area and organize it.
Yeah.
And set up something that doesn't look like an open warehouse behind me. There'll be like some cool nerd stuff going on.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's
You know,
beautiful.
lots
Yeah.
of Joker stuff, like a superpowers Joker on an
Oh,
unpunched
yeah.
card.
Yeah. With the comic inside.
Yep. And I have they made the posters with the original art for like each character
Yep.
from the first wave.
Right.
And it was part of the pitch presentation.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes.
I bought the Joker one sheet.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
You know?
Oh, that's fantastic.
And in case I have to get away in a hurry, I can always jump on the Batgirl cycle.
Well, there you go. See, you've got your escape plan, your exit strategy all mapped out. I'm very proud of you.
See, now, if I can fit on there before these two crazy people show up.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. Oh yeah, and I remember seeing the Batman. I saw it. Of course, I was about 10 years old when it first ran, and one of the coolest things that happened to me recently was Jim Beard and Rich Hanley are doing a series of 3 books that are examining the 3 seasons of the original Batman.
Oh yeah, I saw that today. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm in the 2nd volume. It's like I tell people, what kind of occupation forces you to watch Vincent Price as Egghead? I got to watch. Part of my assignment was to watch the Egghead episodes of the 2nd season and write about them. It is good to be me some days.
It's good to be the king.
It is good to be the king. Oh yeah, and but I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of that book. I have read. I read the galleys of it, and I'm really excited by it. And plus, my name is alongside Peter David's and Paul Kupperberg's and Keith R.A. Candido, and I'm like, I still have my fanboy moments. A lot of people that I highly respect, and suddenly I'm rubbing elbows with them and fighting my inner Wayne's World to like I'm not worthy sort of thing. So.
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
Oh yeah.
In the past, with just with the people that I name dropped from.
Oh yeah.
From
Nothing
the
wrong with
convention
name dropping.
in 2019, and
Sure.
it's just it's kind of it's pretty much as much as last year and this year so far has been a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing to creators like yourself because it gives you more time to create.
Yeah. I keep telling people that this is probably going to be the year I move from Who's Brian to Oh God, Not Him again. Because I'm going to have so much product flooding the market that people are going to get sick of me before they've come to know me. So, but that'll be nice too. And I am looking forward to getting out. I got my first shot yesterday. I tell people this was my rabies shot. I'm going to get my distemper shot around the end of the month. So, I'm excited for that, and things are starting to open up. I'm glad to see. We're still going to be. I still say we're going. I've been telling a lot of my friends we're still going to be wearing masks for quite some time, and face shields, and we're going to keep washing our hands and just taking care of ourselves. I think for the next couple of years, if not longer, but at least we're going to get some conventions out. And we're, I think one good thing about 2020, if there ever was one, was the rise of the virtual con. I mean, a lot of them, like CromCon, for instance. I think CromCon's a brilliant idea, and the fact that you and Pops and Phil are doing it like every month, I think is glorious. I really do. And you're bringing on a variety of creators and giving them a platform to promote themselves. Hashtag always promote. And, it's also allowing a lot of places to be able to reach out. And I'm hearing of some shows that are actually going to have guests, but they've, basically Zoom meeting their appearance there. And I saw a few of them had already done that last year. I saw a bit of a video from a Doctor Who convention where David Tennant was still in his house, but they had him at a small convention. Which I think is kind of cool. I think something like this could open up a lot of fan.
So they just Zoom screened him so he could answer questions from people and everything.
Yeah, they had a few guests that were in the house because it was funny because they would have the people like come into the frame so David Tennant could see you, and then you had like a question, he'd answer, you go away. Well, what they did was one of the guests that appeared was Catherine Tate. And so she steps in the frame and asks, who's your favorite companion? And of course, David Tennant, without missing a beat, goes, I love Rose Tyler. And
oh yeah.
And she goes, that's fine. My favorite doctor is Christopher Eccleston. So it was a lot of fun. But yeah, I think the virtual con is going to be with us for the foreseeable future, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
There's a few good ones out there.
Yeah.
Obviously, we learned last year that San Diego doesn't give a crap about anybody, and that's
you
why
just now learned this. Wait a minute.
Oh no, I knew this. It's California. California doesn't care about anybody.
It's true. That's true.
But they they did like a horrible job on it, and they made it look like we're doing you a favor and we're going to do this. And they didn't put anything behind it. I've seen some smaller ones online that were, done like Pops does his, where it, and does like a million times better job than the multi-billion-dollar conglomerate that is San Diego.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I'm like, there's a bunch of good ones out there, and there's some that are tied in with the artists. Comic-Con line are a few guys that actually work for Art Germ and Art Germ Collectibles.
Right. Yeah.
So they of course obviously know Stan Lee and every other big name appearing at like New York and C2E2 and
right
and everything else. So they just get everybody together to to do stuff. Yes, right. Pop said he could kill a virtual con with San Diego's budget.
Oh my God, yeah. You could almost afford me. So there's your motivation right there, Pops. Pops knows better. Pops knows all he has to do is snap his fingers and I'm there for him. So
yeah, he's too busy screaming at me to check my inbox. I go, I'm on a show. I'm not checking my inbox.
Pops,
so I'm on a show.
Pops doesn't Pops realize what a celebrity I think I am?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, come on, Pops. Know your role.
Yeah.
Go ahead and look. I'll promote myself. And somebody. Yeah, I can afford Gina. Right now, you probably could. Actually, I'm affordable. I'll practically pay to be at your show. So,
practically,
yes,
with Monopoly money.
Yeah, pretty much all the Monopoly money you can hold. Oh yeah, baby. Mm-hmm. But Pops, I'm kind of curious what's so important that Pops is so urgent about you looking at your inbox.
Oh God, I might as well look at it because
go for it. Make him happy.
I'm just like, let's see.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it out loud. Hopefully, it's something humiliating. Pops is saying, get that guy in the Fez off the screen. He's been on long enough.
Oh, no. That's not quite. I think we both know what he wants.
He wants it in, right?
What he really, really wants.
So, Pops, you're the new Spice Girl. Tell us what you want, what you really, really want. No, tell us what you want, what you really, really want.
Yeah, really. besides Gina?
Which I understand.
I want Cap Shield. I want the Infinity Gauntlet. I want the Cube. And I want Mona.
He's worthy. Pops can lift the hammer.
No, what I really wanted was to come out and say hi to you, Brian, because, yes, I do know what a celebrity you are, and what a great honor it is to rub shoulders.
I'm the one who's privileged, Pops. I'm the one privileged to know you, man. Seriously. I appreciate you being here, man.
When you brought up the con thing, I was just like, geez, even the way it is right now, if I was running any of the big ones, instead of worrying about trying to put together one gigantic show, I would do a different theme every weekend at a smaller venue.
Right.
It's still their name. It's still their brand, but it's San Diego Comic-Con Star Wars.
Yeah.
Just Star Wars this weekend. We're not going to have nobody else, just the Star Wars people, right? The panels, whatever. The next weekend, it's whatever. You know what I mean?
Star
it's
Trek.
like you just
Star
do
Trek,
a different
Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Yeah.
And then the people can go to the ones they want to go to and avoid the ones they don't want to go to. And everybody's still getting a con experience, a smaller one, but they're not even trying to feed the fans right now. They're all just, they're doing what Diamond did last year, and that's kind of pissing me off. I ain't gonna lie.
No. Yeah. If you want to talk about the Diamond thing, all I can say about that, it's about time.
I'm just saying, it's like last year, Diamond kind of sat it out and just left everybody to their own devices. And this year, it seems like the big cons are doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or they just, look, we can postpone it and say we're still doing it, but eventually we're 3 years down the road without one. Okay, right. Somebody's got to grab the brass ring and make it work somehow. Smaller ones, themed ones, whatever. Yeah, it's like they got the budget to do it. They could take that same big building and just use a small part of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Every weekend.
Oh yeah.
And still at least be generating some revenue and doing something for the fans. Yeah, it's not going to be your gigantic international one, but that weekend that you do the thing that people like, they're going to come from everywhere to be there.
Exactly right. I agree with you completely. Yeah.
It's just about being, logistics, planning it out and doing it right, not just sitting it out. Everybody's just sitting it out. It's driving me crazy.
No. You and I are in lockstep on many issues, Pops. And I have to admit that was one of mine. That like a year ago, Marvel told everyone put your pencils down. Hashtag pencils down was one of the big things on Twitter when that happened. But the independent community said, "Hold my beer."
Exactly.
They went up, and that's why we've got, that's why Kickstarter and Indiegogo have had such a renaissance of great material that even the big companies are recognizing now. Look at Berserker with
I wouldn't even be talking to you if they hadn't have done that last year. Probably, I'd have just promoted Mojo and been happy. Doing a couple of my friends. Right. It wouldn't have took off like it took off if it hadn't have been for all the cons shut down and everybody going, no, we ain't doing nothing. It was like, wait a minute, lifelong fan, you can't take away my fix.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to feed me books, and that's on you guys. And what's really fun is after a year of doing this, it's like, I might actually get my own credit in a comic.
I know. And you'll be glad to know that I brought, at least as of this afternoon, I pledged, and when I first came on, at least as of late this afternoon, it was within $20 of being fully funded. I've not seen the Kickstarter since then.
I haven't looked since then either, but I think Randy said it might have gone over. I'm not sure.
I'd be astonished if it did.
I was doing this show too, so I was kind of missing stuff, but I had a show. I had StreamYard just weird my whole show out tonight.
Really?
Yeah, I had my ladies' night show already set.
Right.
Okay. And then I made one for tonight, just impromptu launch party for John Dexter's book, because he launched early this morning and like kind of under the wire. Nobody knew about it.
Oh, wow.
So I kind of did an after launch party for him tonight. But
good.
It was weird because the StreamYard didn't give me that studio. It put me in my Monday ladies' night studio and went live like 5 days early. I'm like, what the? And it's like, but
well,
my
StreamYard saw all the hair and thought it was ladies' night.
It was just weird. Yeah, it was just weird. It had the whole ladies' night promo up there, but I was talking to John. I'm like, what did it do? And I went back and looked, and I was in the right studio. I was in the one that said John Dexter. The ladies' night studio said live.
Huh? Weird.
It was like it got crossed up. And
did you have like now we're going to get technical, people. This is where you learn about StreamYard. Do you have like a separate studio for all of them, like a ComCon studio? What could have happened, because this has happened to me, is you might have accidentally, or it could have been StreamYard, because I've heard of them doing it to other people, switch your whatever studio. For instance, I have 3 shows.
That's what it did. It just kind of flipped to me when I went live. I wasn't in that studio when I went live. I was like, what the hell? Because why would I be in that studio? That's not till Monday. And I had
and I had problems Wednesday night when I was setting up my studio for Comic Book Spectrum. It wouldn't let me. I'm on 4 different channels there, but it wouldn't let me load them. So I decided to, maybe there was something burdening the system or something. So I put in 1 studio, and then I went back into the edit and added each of the other venues one at a time. So what should have taken like about 5 minutes wound up taking like 20, but at least I got everything up. So, maybe, StreamYard is always working on itself. Yeah, it is weird. They could have
if I go in my StreamYard studio right now, what's there is Monday Madness, Ladies Night, waiting to happen on Monday night.
Okay.
But it put me live in that studio earlier tonight. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like that studio's still there waiting to be loaded up on Monday.
Well, at least you still have that. At least you still have that, man. You don't have to redo it. But yeah, that's the thing. StreamYard. I've been sitting in on some of their Sunday night sessions where they talk with the programmers, and they are continually doing stuff. And you know yourself that StreamYard is a lot better now than it was a year ago. No, this is not a paid endorsement for StreamYard. I just happen to use the hell out of it.
But it's not a paid endorsement for Voice Meter Banana either, but they, had a tutorial about how to get your mics and everything equalized.
Right.
And I downloaded the Voice Meter Banana. It's free. And now I think everything sounds good, right?
You sound great. Yeah, you sound fantastic.
Because I have people.
I was going to do that, but I have such a big friggin' mouth that I'm booming all the time.
I can't throw stones, man. I can't say a damn thing about that.
No, none of us have a problem with being shy, quiet, or
I know. I'm trying to overcompensate for a misspent youth of shyness. So yeah, I get it. So
see, for me it was weird because I was always the class clown and out. I never had a problem piping off. That was a problem. It wasn't a problem. It was the problem. You know what I mean?
Boy, do I.
I mean, I met this guy in Phoenix when I was, I don't know, I guess late 90s. I mean, and he was a big production manager for Z-Rock out there.
Oh, wow.
And I got to come hang out with him in the studio and be his sidekick and got my little taste of radio.
Yeah.
And, I like this kind of stuff.
Sure.
So I kind of gravitated right to this when, right from the beginning. It was like, yeah, I can do this. I can go out here and host a show and act like I know what's going on. Because damn well at the time I had no idea what was going on, man.
I tell people that I frequently, even after all this time, I feel like somebody just pointed to this chair, said, "Sit down, you're on in 3, 2, 1." You know, so yeah, I get you, Pops. I get you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a blast. I've had so much fun this year. I've met so many great people. You guys, both of you guys. I mean, William's been a huge help to me, man. You know, Phil, you know, my co-host. I mean, I guess we got to start calling Will a co-host here eventually because he does pop in and help out quite a bit anymore. I'm just like, I hate trying to put him in that chair for 12 hours, man, because he's over there.
Yeah. There's a reason why I get all
worked up. I get all worked up the night before, then I can't sleep, and I fall asleep like 2 hours before showtime. So I set like 9 alarms that I sleep through, and then he's calling me on the phone. I'm like,
yeah,
that's my every con. That's me every con. Okay, I'll be out here. I'll be out there Friday night till midnight. You know, the pre-con show. We'll do that, and then we'll be out here at noon, and we'll be out here till midnight on Saturday, and then I'll find myself still sitting here at 1:30 in the morning, sharing somebody's project, knowing that I have to get up and do this again at noon tomorrow.
Yes.
You know, and I can't stop now. It's pretty much a habit to just roll through that weekend wide open.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that, you know, I have found this in my own broadcasting that people rely on you for information, for education, for just distraction. So, you know, Pops, you know, Will, you both are doing the work of the angels here. Well, even if sometimes you may not feel like it after about the 58th hour of broadcasting, you know.
You resurrected my mornings, though, my friend.
Okay? I'm glad.
I don't think I could get out there and do it at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning. I mean,
there's something seriously wrong with me, Pops. I have no clue as to what it may be, but yeah. Well, yeah, it's funny because if I were smart, I'd do everything at the same time, you know, like 5 days a week, but I have like my morning shows and then I have 2 evening shows. So I have no idea what my problem is, but
that would be rough on me trying to do the mornings and the evenings. Well, partly because kids and you know, I mean.
I get it. I am the kid around here, so. You know, that kind of works out for me, but no, and I'm grateful, and I'm, you know, grateful, you know, for, you know, folks like you, Pops, who, you know, and Will, who support what I do. It does mean a lot to me. It really does.
I love what you've been doing since the day I met you, brother. You know that.
Back at you, man. It's been special.
I even like what Will does.
Rocking the fez and the bow ties.
I even like what Will does.
Really? Wow, you. None but love, Will. You know that. Nothing but love.
I like what he does until he's not paying attention to all those ding, ding, dings on his phone to answer my DMs.
Yeah, I was listening to the dings for a while, and I'm sitting here thinking, I wish he'd answer his damn phone or turn off the ringer or something because he's getting like text messages.
Oh, I got my tablet plugged in way over there.
Yeah.
And that's going off with different sounds, and that's, even though it's turned down, it's still loud as hell. My phone's plugged in on the charger in the kitchen, and
no, I know what you mean because I do my show 3 times a week in the morning. It's always my morning show. This happens. I've been doing this show for like 400 or 500 years now, it seems, and and invariably somebody is going to call me during the show if I have my phone in the same room, which is generally why I leave it like two doors away. So I can't hear it because some of my friends, you know, it's kind of like when I worked the 9 to 5. People would call me at the job because they figure, oh, I know where he's at, regardless of the fact I can't take calls. So people will call me while I'm on the air, thinking, well, I can talk to him because he's on the air right now, and I'm sure he'll interrupt it just for me. You crack me up, people.
This isn't a phone-in show.
That's right.
I've answered my phone while I was on the air before too.
I did it one time, and it was
Mom calls. I pick up the phone. I don't care. It's Mom. Hi, Mom. I'm on the air right now. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to Mom.
I got a call from someone who should have known better. And I happened to have my phone with me in the studio. I picked it up and I bawled him out on the air. And then hung up on him. So
see, my mom doesn't Facebook or YouTube. She doesn't do either one. Okay.
Oh.
So she doesn't know I'm out here doing this.
And I get that.
And I'll be out here in a panel with like 8 other people, and I'll be like, "Everybody say hi, Mom," and I'll hold my speaker, you know. Everybody says hi, Mom, and she'll be like, "Who all them people?" I said, "Them people are all over the world, Mom."
That's right. I'm international, Mom. I'm making something to myself. Well, actually, you talk about your mom. What you can't see here, and I'm not going to show you because this is the only part of my office that's clean. About 4 feet away. This is something not everyone knows. This is a scoop, people. About 4 feet away, to my left, is my mom. I had her, she was cremated as per her wishes when she passed away. And it wasn't until this year I remembered where she wanted her ashes spread. So I have her up here in the office. So Mom's a part of every broadcast.
So where do you got to go?
She wanted a specific park in Indiana. She wanted her ashes spread. But I couldn't remember until just recently. We drove by it. And I'm like, that's it. And so I figured I'd keep her around. And in fact, this will betray a sentimentality on my part, and I will have to have everyone killed that listens to this. But when I got married, my mom had passed away just a few months before, and Cookie, thank you both. But anyway,
and then everybody's laughing at me and goes, "You have headphones on, stupid. You're listening more intently now.
This isn't working. Brian's gonna kill me." She had passed away, but Cookie got to meet my mom. And my mom they had fallen in love with each other. To heck with what I'm thinking, right? But anyway, we had Mom cremated, and when we got married the following June after Mom passed away, when we started the ceremony, one of my friends went back to my car. We left one door unlocked, and Mom was in her little container, and he stood where Cookie and I could see her. So my mom actually made it to my wedding.
That's cool.
It was very cool until everyone found out what that box was for. And they're like, ah!
It's not their business, though. It's not their business. That's your business. You know?
Well, yeah, I told a couple people and they blabbed. I wasn't going to say anything, but it was like, "Oh, that's his mom," and they're like, "Ah!" And then they take off running. I think they're still moving. So,
Mom has every right to be there, though.
That's true. That's the way I looked at it, and I did it with full consent of my beloved. So I figure it was all legit. It was all legit.
Yeah. Well, it's not like you stood up at the reception and said, "Well, what do you think we filled the pepper shaker with?"
There we go. Mom would have understood too.
Kind
I used
chalky, though. The pepper was kind of chalky. I don't know.
Yeah, not much. A little spicier than normal. What the hell? And I do have the kind of reputation where if I told people, "Yeah, I brought a corpse to the wedding," they would understand.
Right.
They wouldn't be real happy about it, but they'd be like, "Well, it's Brian, so sure."
Brian, yep. See, I got that kind of reputation too. Nothing surprises anybody I know. Look, I got people that are friends of mine on Facebook that I've known since grade school.
Sure. Yeah.
I can't really come out here and act like I'm somebody else. That just won't fly. I'll be getting confronted by people who know me going, "That ain't you, man." I can't face that. So I have to come out here and be me. And sometimes there's people out there that might be a little rough for, but what can I tell you? I have to be me because otherwise I'm a fake, right?
Exactly. And I honestly, in all seriousness, I think people can sense that. That if you come out here and try, unless you're like an act, unless you are an open act, that, you have to be at least 95% you. I keep talking with a lot of my friends and they agree that there's what I call me, but not me. Like right now, I'm probably not dropping F-bombs like I would normally. If I were like out in, like if I were like just talking with us in the same room. And, I do have certain peculiarities that would probably come out if we were in the same room. But being on the air, and especially since I'm not on my own show, I'm pretty well behaved on other people's shows, which kind of surprises some people especially after they watch the morning show. But I always try to be mindful of my host, so I'm not going to do anything untoward on Will's show or during your show, Pops. I'll save it for mine.
About him? No,
I don't want to traumatize the boy. What can I say,
I have
Pops?
to let you know, though, Brian, I have one of those disclaimers.
Okay.
And that covers everybody and everything.
Is it that TVMA thing or whatever?
No, it's a complete disclaimer, okay? It's like the opinions expressed, CromCon, our associates, our sponsors, blah, 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 blah. In other words, fuck you. No.
Yeah, I like that. I need something like that for my show.
There goes my clean rating.
Yeah, I know. Hey, monetization on YouTube? Mwah. Kiss it goodbye.
I have enough hours in for it, but I don't have enough people on my channel.
Same
and
here.
I started that about 4 months ago, really trying to push the YouTube channel 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like a quarter of the way there across the board, right around 250 subscribers, right around 1,000 hours viewed. So, but I think you have to have that 1,000 view hours within a year's time.
I don't remember how it is because I think YouTube keeps moving the goalposts, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they keep changing it.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll change it right when I'm just about there,
Right. They keep making it more difficult. Exactly.
Yeah, which I understand.
The new thing they're doing is they're making you a YouTube partner without your knowledge, except you're not really a YouTube partner, but they're cashing in on you like you are.
Yeah.
They're putting ads on people's videos without their knowledge and paying themselves.
Yeah.
Now see, this is where my Rumble account comes in.
Yeah, you mentioned when we were talking earlier, you mentioned Rumble, and I've only heard of it. What's the advantage? Now, this might be good for the listeners. What's the advantage of something like Rumble over YouTube or
you can't go live on it yet. So it's not that platform, but right now it's a platform to protect your content.
Oh, really?
Okay. Look, if YouTube starts putting ads on my stuff, somebody tells me there's an ad on my stuff, I'm going to instantly pull that video.
Okay.
And just put like a short video up there saying, if any of my content is missing, go to Rumble and look for Comic Talk with Pops. And then you can go there and watch the content. And it'll be there without no ads. Okay. And Rumble also has monetization and all that. I haven't really even bothered looking into it. I just use it as a place to save my content.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of how I was treating YouTube for a long time.
I'll just yank my stuff down. I have it up over there. Go look over there.
Yeah.
And I'll still use YouTube to broadcast the live show.
Sure.
But then I download it, I take it down, I put it over there. If they start messing with me like that,
Yeah, I get that. I respect that. I respect that. There's also another one, HAP.TV.
Yeah. I have a hat, but I don't. I'm waiting for that one to see where it goes to.
Same with me. I got an account there. It is not as versatile as StreamYard. Even the free version of StreamYard, I think, is more versatile than HAP. The only advantage it has is that that kind of nickel and dime monetization you can get, where people can give you tokens or whatever. Right. But I'm already hearing that there are people gaming the system already, and I know when that happens, they're gonna either go out of business or slam the hammer down.
We made a video on HAPs right at the beginning about how easy it would be to take advantage of HAPs.
Apparently, you should have gone that went viral, from what I understand. So
we did. We talked about look how easy it would be to just manipulate these tokens.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously somebody did it. What can I say? It was too easy to set up, but that's why I never really messed with it much.
Same with me.
Because it was I just feel like somebody's going to try to get in my wallet if I put my name too far into this, And I don't have a wallet for people to get into. They're going to get in there and find themselves lost in the fucking oops, in a bottomless pit.
And there's Will going, I was doing so well. I was doing so well.
I'm forgetting I'm on Will's show too. Will, don't you have a disclaimer?
Yep.
He got you, Pops. He got you on that one. That was good, Will. High five.
But that doesn't really discount anything that I said. It still looks like he said it. He needs a disclaimer that absolves him from the responsibility of anything his guests say.
That's true. And
you know what I mean?
you never
know. I don't know how to make any of those funky chicken things for my page, so
they're not that hard. They're not that hard.
That overlay right there, that NSC Roadshow thing.
Oh.
Tell Kevin to make you one of those that says TVMA.
Yeah.
I've asked him to teach me how to do stuff, and it goes to ignore, and then 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone goes ding, 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 ding. Okay, here's all stuff that I want you to promote.
I think he showed Will how to do it. Phil. I think he showed Phil how to do it, so Phil can make them too.
There you go.
I just, if somebody taught me how to do it, and I had the proper tools to make them, yeah, I'd be making new ones every week probably.
No, man, I'm no graphics guy. I'm no tech guy. That's why I have people like Phil and Will and Kevin and everybody to help me out, because dude, I'd still be on 6-window basic StreamYard with no bells, whistles, or nothing, if it wasn't for all these guys helping me out.
I hear you. Up until recently, this was my graphics. I'm holding up signs that I print out on my printer. It's like I still have them because I'm not in my studio. So,
dude, that's you do what
you got.
Last CromCon, I had a chalkboard behind me that said CromCon 12.
That's right. Oh my god! And now you're so uptown.
Oh, I thought that was actually pretty cool. I'm gonna do that again for the next one too.
That was a good idea, and it's actually pretty practical because you can change it on the fly.
Yeah, and I seen what Kevin did. Kevin's got that TV screen behind him.
Yeah.
And he's shooting all the graphics onto his TV screen like on a loop. Going through all the different, that's really cool. But for me to do that, I would really have to rearrange my area.
Mm-hmm.
And
buy a big ass TV.
Well, I got a good enough TV right there, but I'd have to put it down here.
Yeah,
and that would be changing a whole bunch of the wiring and everything in this room.
Yeah,
really because PlayStation and all the stuff that's attached to the TV, and it's my god, trying to rearrange that would just be a pain.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it was really hard getting a working system here.
Yeah, I hear you. One of the things I want to do this year is try to save up to get a gaming computer because I want to do green screen and change my background a bit, and have some variety there. Maybe a different green screen, different background for every show I do. But this computer does not have. Well, the computer I'm using here I dedicated to my broadcasting. I think it is something like 6 years old now.
Yeah, this one's about 10 years old.
Okay, yeah. Yes. So you feel my pain, sir. You feel my pain.
Well, see, my biggest worry is that this computer's going to take a crap. Look, I said crap. And my computer's going to take a crap.
Well, shit.
And it's going to blow.
He didn't say.
It's going to blow my whole weekend, a whole CromCon weekend.
Yeah.
It's like I'm going to have nothing to fall back on other than those guys doing the show for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like I'll be screwed, and I'll be over here on my phone trying to, sort of host, but I won't have I won't be able to do anything but talk.
Yeah, you want to have your hand on the wheel. I totally get that. Because it's your show, man. I get that. That's why sometimes, when I go on shows, I have full confidence in Will to make me look good. He's got an uphill task, but he's up for it. But it's like when I go on other people's shows, and especially when they're not as shall we say, as efficient as present company. And there is a part of me that wants to get, my mouse is looking for all the controls, and all I can do is either adjust my camera, adjust my sound, or leave. Those are the only three options I've got. And I think it'd be incredibly rude if I just bailed, So
do you just want to do this sometimes and go, oh
yeah. Except there's a part of me also I don't do that because I figure I said I'd be here. I might as well stay here, just out of courtesy. And I don't have a neat avatar like that either. I've got to put.
I like this one too. This is my cool world avatar right here.
I like that. It's kind of I'm thinking kind of like an aha kind of thing. Take
that's
on
me looking at me on the other side of the cool world mirror. Man.
There you go. See, you got it going. Yeah, see, you guys got it going on here. I'm such a hack.
Hey, you got a picture of you. You have a picture of you in that Fez. That's your avatar.
That's true.
There you go. All you got to do is take a picture of that, and then right down there are the 3 dots.
Yeah, right.
And put up whatever avatar you want. I have a whole bunch of them. I keep them handy because you never know what kind of a mood I'm in. I might just want to go out and just like bang, bang, and sometimes it's not even me. Sometimes Crom takes over. I mean, it's sometimes Crom even feels a little political.
I know.
If you know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes he's kind of Bernie.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things that I know how to do it, Pops. It's just like I'll get around to it one of these days. But like with a lot of things, it's like, I'm going to put in my avatar. What's that again? So, the attention span of a Mayfly. Well, there you go.
See, there's the one. That's,
I've got my Game of Thrones one I need.
See, I know you do. And see, that's the one you set up. See,
that's the one I need.
And I've got my Joker jacket, so.
There you go. There's that.
Yeah, see, how cool is that?
See, but those things are really good for when, when Cookie's bringing you coffee. It's like, everybody, I'm busy right now.
That's right. Yeah.
And you take a couple drinks of your coffee, and then just like you come back, she gives you the thumbs up, and we go.
Yeah, or I'm just incorporated into the act. I'm just guzzling this every chance I get. So
no, the reason I say is that way she can sneak around, get a little peck on the cheek, and then leave. And you got the avatar up there.
You had me at get a little
coffee.
Yeah. I can say that. That's clean.
And then with an open mic, she screams at you for not putting the toilet seat down.
Yeah. And I here's a little tip for married guys, just newly married guys. Don't point out to the wife that you can't work a toilet seat. I thought you were smart. It's a wonder I'm here to this day.
Or phrases like, when you're driving, don't you look behind you before you back up?
Yeah. There's just like a whole bunch of things I have said over the last 30 years. It's like, you're still alive?
For me, it's very basic.
Yes.
Look, there's times when I go down there in there and I sit down too. And I always look.
Yeah. It's like, do I ask you to raise it for me?
Somebody made a wonderful invention a few years ago.
What to do though is to always close the whole thing, cover and all. Yes. Make a habit of doing that always. They'll, even if they sit on it thinking it's open, they can't bitch about that.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, they can. I can verify.
No, and I'm going to tell you why. Tell you why. You never know for sure everything went down. You gotta shut the whole thing.
I did that once by accident, Pops, and I might as well have left it up. She's like, "Do you know what happened in there?" I went down and no, there was no hole in there, and I'm like, "Okay, honey,
Exactly. Did it teach her anything? Does she look now? Does she look? That's what I'm saying.
She does. Yeah, it's true. That's a good point, Bob. She does look. But I feel that I'm the one who got most of the lesson that night. So
no, that's because you love her.
Yeah, and I recognize she could snuff me like a candle with but a thought. So.
But you still made your slight little point.
That's true. That's true. And I did point out to her that, you should be able to work a toilet lid. And I got a very educational earful.
Yeah, that's going a little bit too much on the, you can't do what I can do. You don't ever want to get on that teeter-totter.
Now you tell me. Now you tell me. Where were you when I needed you, Pops?
Well, somebody made this somebody came up with this invention, as seen on TV thing, and it was a light that attached to the toilet seat.
Oh, we have one of those on ours.
So cool.
Yeah, but it's an actual stoplight. It shines a green light into the bowl if the seat's down, and a red one if the seat's up.
Wow. I think ours does the slow close.
And even better, if it's Christmas time.
So everybody knows you got to go in there and lift the damn thing up because it closes by itself. But it has that light. It's cool. It's like you go into lights up.
I love that light. I keep wanting to get one. And Cookie's like, you don't need that. That's her mantra for me. You don't need that.
Next time you're in a Home Depot or a Menards or something, go look at the $1,000 toilet. The electronic everything toilet. It has a bidet. It has a butt warmer. $1,000 freaking, and it's like a little, it's got it. It's all push button everything, man. It's like it's like the captain's chair, dude. It's got buttons on this side and buttons on this side,
and you can flush a bowling ball through it. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
Oh, that's the one I need then, because.
I was standing in the Menards and I was talking. Talking to people I had never seen before about this $1,000 toilet. I was like, "Yo, check this thing out! It's like Kurt can sit here."
Yeah,
making an enterprise from this.
Great. Now I know what I'm spending my stimulus check on.
There you go. Well, I remember when this is about 20 years ago, we saw some of the ones where they demonstrate by taking like a small bucket full of tennis balls and they throw it in there and just push the button and everything just goes right through. And I'm like, I want one.
Like the airplane ones? Like the airplane ones? They just suck everything right out.
Yeah, or the ones with the buttons that if you do a 1, it has the 1. And it's just for if you do a number 1, it just gives you a little gentle stream. But if you do a number 2, that thing comes through like Niagara Falls. Yeah, so I'm glad that toilet technology has advanced in my declining years like this. So
I'm telling you, it's like it's almost amazing. But with the technology increase comes the financial burden of owning one.
Well, there is that, and also the fact is I own a house that is 80 years old. It has got 80-year-old plumbing.
Yeah, you'd probably blow the plumbing out with the thing.
yeah, the back end of the house would just go flying into the alley. I mean, I can't even run the dishwasher without hearing gurgling. So I don't think my Uber toilet will
my daughter-in-law was upstairs today and she had the blender and she was making smoothies or something.
Yeah.
And she was just on the right part of the counter and the whole freaking house was boom. Oh. And I was like, what the hell is that? I go upstairs, see what was going on. Oh, she's making smoothies. I come back up. You know what I mean? It was like, I thought there's earthquake or something, man. Yeah. It was like the whole house was rattling. She was just on that one hollow spot on the counter.
Uh-huh.
And like the whole house was feeling it, It was weird.
Yeah. And I've got we've got our washer and dryer downstairs, and I see how this show's changed from creativity to our housing. Welcome to my old house here. But anyway, it's like every time I turn on the washing machine,
creator's outhouse.
Yeah, really. But it's like every time I turn on the washing machine, something settles in the house, and at first I'm like, is somebody upstairs? I'm the only person here. Turn on the washing. Wait a minute, they're still up there. And I go looking around like I'm part of the SWAT team or something, trying to figure out where this guy is hiding. And then I finally figure it's just, 80-year-old plumbing is what it is.
So, to get back a little bit onto the subject of comics and
forget that, Pops. Forget that. We've gone way beyond
Welcome to Toilet Talk.
Sorry, what?
A whole bunch of Brian's ladies are showing up for Monday Madness. I want everybody to know that.
Boom chicka wow wow.
All Brian's ladies are showing up. Look,
Of
Michaela, Cindy, Teresa Dunn,
Yeah.
Trish, all your ladies,
My
man, are
girls.
coming to my show, bro. It's going to be good.
It is going to be. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. Look at I may have to do what Cindy does and look up some clean jokes for when she's on.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put her back. Yeah.
And because she told me what she does. God bless Cindy. She is wonderful. CKOEPP for the best newsletter in the industry. I'm not joking. She before every show I do, she does a search for clean jokes and then the subject. And it is so funny. It's like I've had a couple guests on Clever Title Pending. Or actually, everybody that's been on Clever Title Pending or any of the other shows, she starts doing these jokes and they're like, oh, wow, this is great. She went to all that trouble just for me. And I'm like, yeah. I've only had one person gave any pushback, and I told him if he said anything else, I was going to throw him off the building. Because that's my girl. That's one of my girls. I got to protect my people. So.
And see, that's how I feel about Christy. I know Christy is rough around the edges, but I love Christy.
Oh yeah,
Christy's
she's fun.
amazing, and it's
really
like,
is.
sorry guys, she's on at 3:30 and she's TBMA, but what can I tell you? She's one of us.
Exactly. That's the way I feel about the not just the women, but the people who are on my show. I'm very protective of them. Very mother hen to them. So.
Let's say red rooster. Let's not say mother hen.
Okay, yes. Okay, I get
it. Hey, Will.
I'm going to bring us back to a little bit of toilet talk real quick. If you're married, never do this. But one of the million times that I was angry with my daughter's mother, I had gone in the bathroom, beat her to the bathroom. I'd be like, I'll be out in a minute. And I had snuck in a roll of saran wrap. So I lift the toilet seat up, and I put the saran wrap over the bowl. When I put the seat down, I flush, wash my hands. Because, you got to wash your hands in the age of COVID. And not for nothing, you should always wash your hands anyhow.
Smart, stay safe, wash your hands. Never apologize
your mom taught you not to sneeze in your friend's face.
Yeah.
Not to cough in your friend's. Things your mom taught you. The government doesn't need to reiterate. Okay? I mean, it's really easy to stay 6 feet away from people.
That's
and
true.
If they get too close, smack them.
Yeah, I've been social distancing for years.
Yeah, it was a lot more fun before it became mandatory.
It wasn't hard. Nobody came near me.
Look, if it's a choice of me wearing a mask or y'all staying 10 feet away from me, y'all stay 10 feet away from me, man.
I do both.
My face. I like it.
I do both. I can't take any chances. In fact, I carry mine with me. So I was showing it off earlier.
Well, see, the one that I have is just bad words. The one that I wear is just bad words. When I have to wear it, it's just like all over it, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like we are adults and we should know if we need to stay away from each other or whatever. Mm-hmm. Nobody should be, especially if you're not wearing one. Why would somebody come get up in your face?
Yeah, I think I'm wearing mine because of the people that don't know that stuff, that aren't as smart as you. So
if I'm not wearing one, you should probably stay the hell away from me if you're worried about it. Just stay away from me, right?
That should be like an early warning system or something. You don't see a mask, get the hell away from them for your own protection, right?
But no, those people with masks comes running right up into the guy without a mask face and starts yelling at him and like, well, if I do got it, you got it now.
Yeah. And I can verify that because I did one of the 6 shows I did last year. I was with somebody and we took a selfie and we're both masked up. We're taking all the precautions and everything. And then 2 days after we took our selfie, he checked himself into the ER and tested positive for COVID and was in there for the better part of a week. And needless to say, I had a very nervous 14 days. So
yeah, I mean, my daughter-in-law works in nursing home.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Every day for me since it started has been a nervous day. Every day she comes home.
I don't doubt it.
Bring it home, every day.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got over the fear really quick.
Yeah.
And if I'm a little bit, if I appear a little bit nonchalant about it, it's because I'm pretty sure it's already been through here twice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's already been through our house twice. And
we think the same thing with our house here too. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like if I haven't built up an immunity to it, or obviously I already had a good immunity to it, or I would have fell out the first 2 times. Sure. If I haven't built a good immunity to it, well, when the man says it's time for me to go, I'm not going to be able to change that in any way.
Good point.
In any way, where there is nothing I'm going to be able to do when it's my time. Right. I'm not going to be able to go get no miracle cures. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to go when the big man says it's over.
Yep.
It's fucking over.
That's right.
Live your lives, y'all. Please have fun. Kiss and hug your loved ones. My God, man, it's like.
Well, I've tried that kiss and hug thing, and the cops have been called on me so many times.
But you know what I'm saying? It's
I
like
know
they've taken away so much from us over the last year, and it's like I'm not trying to say it's not real or anything. But what I am saying is there ain't nothing we can do when he decides it's our time.
That's right.
Or we'd still have Jimi Hendrix. We still have all these cool people.
That's true.
Okay? I mean, there's no guarantees. Tomorrow the bus can come by, jump the curb, take you out.
That's right.
There are no guarantees. So
it'd have to jump pretty high. I'm on the 3rd floor.
Well, see, but you got all them big pipes up there that could just fall down on your head.
Welcome to the Sunshine Hour with Pop. Wherever there's a silver lining, you can count on this man to find the dark cloud behind it. Way to go, Pops. You are the feel-good show.
Or if you're the dark cloud, I will find the silver lining.
There you go. Just
try to make sure we got all ends covered.
Oh.
No, I mean but seriously though,
we're on a Zoom call. Cover your end.
I live out in the boonies. I don't have to interact with a whole lot of people. I mean, I go to the golf course. I don't have to. So I'm really not that trippy about it.
Right.
But like I said, every day when my daughter-in-law comes home, until she's been in the shower and them clothes are in the washing machine.
Yeah.
I'm smart enough to stay the hell away from her.
Sure. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's just
on the front line. Yeah.
We're adults. I stay away from her till she's been through the shower and clothes, and then it's like, hi, how you doing? Blah blah blah.
For decontamination. Yeah, I get that. I get that totally.
And it's been every day for a year. We're pretty much used to it. It's been a reality of this house since the beginning. So I'm not all paranoid anymore.
There we go.
I'm just,
people freak out when they hear somebody cough. And
not going to be ruled by fear,
and then they smell the weed and everything's okay.
There you go. See, yeah, I had a coughing fit in a store. Sometimes you inhale when you shouldn't, or you swallow down the wrong tube. And I had that one day in a store that was very COVID paranoid, and I'm standing there going, "Oh my God, they're going to shoot me and drag my carcass out of here." Just
or chase you out the store or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm. I have both my hands in front of my face, and I'm trying to suppress my coughing, and it's not working. Fortunately, they were very sympathetic. I just said, he's old. It's okay.
That's when you go, choking.
Well, I certainly didn't have to worry about social distancing because it looked like everybody's like fleeing like opposite poles on a magnet. Everybody's like racing away from me, which is okay.
This is what I'm saying. Everybody knows.
Yes.
Everybody knows instinctively how we should act.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just if you're really worried about it, stay away from people. That's this. I mean,
I'm good
but
with
don't
that
live
so
in
far.
fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear
That's
is
right.
the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will allow it to pass through me, and I will look upon its path. And where fear is gone, only I will remain.
Good. Now pull my finger.
That's Frank Herbert of Dune, for all you people that don't know that.
Yes, that's right. It's
And
a
that's
little
for
literature.
real, though. I mean, that is some for real shit right there. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the thing that causes that deer in the headlights, freeze, flight or fight.
Right.
I mean, face your fear, man.
Uh-huh.
Always face your fears, because
Exactly.
in the end, you're the only thing that's going to be left.
True dat.
And now in the back of my head, I'm hearing a bad Stallone impression of his talk about, yo, Frankie Fear, he's living on your shoulder and he's
That's his new earworm now.
Oh my God.
Everything's going to be filtered through Stallone.
He hears Stallone, and I hear a Ben Gesserit witch. What can I tell you? What can I tell you?
It happens.
I got nothing.
It all ends up in the same place, though. That's what I'm saying.
Are we going back to toilet time? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, wait.
No, follow. We can go down there. We can go down there if you want to go. We can go.
Love it.
Welcome to Toilet Time, Toilet Talk with Pops.
Have either of you guys
Where
watched?
shit gets real.
You guys watched Last Man Standing?
No.
When Tim Allen starts talking to the people that used to be in Tool Time, on the Last Man Standing show,
right?
It's freaking hilarious, man. It's like they make references to the other show. His kids from the other show have been on it. Al's been on it. All the people from Tool Time, from Home Improvement, have made appearances on Last Man Standing, and they're all great episodes.
That's what I hear. I just don't. I haven't watched network TV regularly.
I don't either. But see, I pulled that up on Hulu, and I went back and started watching it from the beginning. Okay. I think I only have like 3 things that I DVR anymore, and I think they all have to do with wrestling, if you want to know the truth.
I just wait for the new Doctor Who to come out every year, and then I binge watch. That's as close as I get. Or I watch YouTube a lot. I'm currently going through an Ultraman phase.
This is where I'm at now. I spend more time watching my friends' streams and stuff on YouTube than I do watching the TV set.
Yeah, same with me. It's like we all have shows now.
Yeah, and it's like everybody's got good entertainment, and it's like I compare. Okay, do I want to watch my WWE that I recorded on Monday night, or do I want to watch Brian's show this morning? I got a little time. What am I doing usually? Watching Brian's show, because it's more entertaining.
God bless you, young man. God bless you.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's a choice. We have more choice now.
Well, it's that and Pops figures, man, it's too early in the morning to watch Men in Tights.
And this is my only problem with WWE or any wrestling for that matter. I love the content. I think it's hilarious. For me, it's the 60 Stooges. It's slapstick comedy. Okay. Right. And if you understand what I'm saying, and you watch it in that light, you have a blast watching it. Right. When the dude swings at the dude and totally misses him, and the other guy goes flying over the ropes.
Yeah.
That's slapstick. That's comedy. This is a show. This is entertainment. Okay. For me, I giggle my ass off. It's fun. Right. But I do not like the guys that come out in their underoos. Okay, the little tiny whiteys, the little, put some pants on, man.
The banana hammocks.
Put some freaking pants on. I don't care who you are. Nobody wants to see that. You know,
we don't need to
wanna
see you come out in your
rolling around on
banana
the ground
hammocks.
in your underwear with another dude. That's not entertainment. That's when we're going, whoa, fast forward.
It might be entertaining to somebody, and I'm not here to judge.
Well, the ladies like that, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
I mean, just put some pants on. You can still be all buffy and bare chested and all that, and
Well, yeah.
put some shorts on, some something.
I've seen a little bit too much of that myself. I don't want to know that a wrestler's that glad to see me. You know what I'm saying?
or that a wrestler's not.
Yeah. We've already demonetized this episode. We don't need to do any more. So
we're in pants so tight you can tell what religion they are.
Finally, The Rock has come back to real jeans. That's what what I'm saying.
That's right.
That was always my biggest issue with wrestling was the underwear. The rest of it is great. I love it, but the underwear, come on, guys.
Yeah. No, there's no need for me to see the banana hammock.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I haven't watched wrestling in over 15 years, and I've told this story frequently on my shows that they lost me when like the backyard wrestling was popular back in the mid aughts. And I remember it was 2004. I was watching the Monday night WWE show, and somebody was having an extreme match. So they were throwing in like folding tables, folding chairs, and somebody threw a box full of kitchen implements in there. Now, I've got a pretty good tolerance for gore, but they threw this in, and one of the wrestlers is rummaging through it, and I think it was Jerry the King Lawler said, "Oh my God, is that a cheese grater?" And I'm like, yes. Turn off the TV right now. I've had enough. I'm done. I'm totally done. I have no clue what happened after that. I will never know what happened after that. But Jerry the King Lawler pretty much destroyed professional wrestling for me.
There was an exploding barbed wire death match on AEW last weekend.
Yeah, and I remember back in the day. I remember I think it was AWA the old AWA Vern Gagne franchise used to have.
That's where I grew up. That's what I grew up with. Jim Brunzell, Greg Gagne. Mad Dog Vachon, those were
Larry Zbyszko, and it's like I remember one was a flaming barbed wire match.
There you go. Yep.
I think it was Abdullah the Butcher was involved with that, and they lit up the barbed wire, and I'm like, man, this just is not getting better than this.
I seen Abdullah and Baron von Raschke in a live event.
Yes.
And Abdullah opened that dude up, man. He had something in his hand, and he just hit him like 20 or 30 times in the forehead and just opened dude up all over the place.
Oh, my God, yes. Oh, I remember Von Raschke. I grew up with him, too. Yes. Oh, my God, that was... And,
good times, man. Good
times.
Yeah,
I love that stuff.
The good old days when I used to be able to turn on wrestling, and they would be broadcasting live from the Dallas Sportatorium.
or the WTBS would be broadcasting from the Atlanta studios with Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen and everything. And and Ric Flair is my favorite wrestler ever, because I've always said that he could sell a move like nobody else, that he could make almost anyone look like they were worth wrestling the champion. I only saw him not be able to do it with one guy. I don't remember the guy's name. He was some schlub. I only saw him twice on TBS, but this guy could barely, put one foot in front of the other without tripping. And it was like a 10-minute studio match.
That was me.
Oh, that's right. Can I get your autograph? Anyway, but no, after about 5 minutes of a 10-minute match, you heard Flair yell at the top of his lungs, "To hell with this!" And he proceeded to have a shoot.
Whooping that dude's ass, didn't he?
Yeah, one upside down, the other, barely left the man alive at the end of it, and he was madder than hell when he came out to talk to Tony Schiavone afterwards.
Yes. Look,
that was where it got real. See, I've got a 7-second delay here. I can say whatever I want.
It's not just what you're doing, but you have to be able to sell what the other guy's doing.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
I mean, it's a show. Like I said, it's a show. Okay, you got to be able to sell that move. That dude just did something that's supposed to have hurt you, make it look like it hurt you, or whatever. I mean, it's like it's a sell, and it's a show, and it's performance. It's performance art, and a lot of people don't realize it. But man, some of the stuff they're always, oh, it's fake and all that. But hey, climb up on a 15-foot fence and jump off it and land on your back on a table. Let me know how that feels tomorrow, how fake that shit feels. Okay.
I remember the USA Network. I watched the classic first time WWF was from Madison Square Garden, and the cage match, I don't remember who was with him, but it was Jimmy Superfly Snuka. And he climbed up to the top of the 15-foot fence, and of course did the thing where his arms were out, and then he jumped up into the air and spread his arms like he's about to take flight, and lands on the guy's chest with his own chest. And the minute he did this, I thought, oh my God, I'm going to see two people die. But they did it, they executed. And I'll tell you talk about selling, Pops. My favorite one I saw at the Champaign University of Illinois Assembly Hall about 20 years ago. It was Ric Flair versus Kurt Hennig, another guy that knew how to sell moves. And my friends were like, why are you rooting for both of them? And I'm like, oh my God, this is a wrestling clinic. You're going to see wrestling as it is. You're going to see two masters of selling the move.
Yep.
And it was honestly one of the best matches I've ever seen in my life. It was, showy. It was, it was Ric Flair and Mr. Perfect. It was classic stuff. And if I had just shown up for just that one match, my whole evening was made. But you talk about people that don't know it's that think it's real. I was sitting behind one guy, and remember Al Snow?
Yes.
That he wrote like "Help Me Backwards."
Head.
Yeah. Well, he had that thing. He wrote "Help Me Backwards." Of course, he used like the makeup. I was at a show one time, and he was supposed to be wrestling, and it was going to be taped for the national audience. But there was this guy in front of me who brought one of those magic markers that it takes both hands to hold with a huge chisel. And he was writing "Help Me" on his own head. And I'm like, just watching this guy do this. And I'm thinking, you don't have a state job, do you? It's like, tomorrow you're going to be the talk of the water cooler tomorrow. Yeah, I just wrote this on my head with permanent marker. So
I was about 9 years old, and we were at the Minneapolis Armory.
Oh yeah,
for AWA.
Yeah.
And my stepdad was a huge fan. Okay,
cool.
He would go down to the locker rooms and make happy with everybody, and it was like when me and my little brother were finally old enough where he could bring us both to the show. He started bringing us to the show.
Yeah.
And I was about 9 when I met Andre.
Oh, man.
And
wow.
My stepdad's like, this is Andre. Go ahead and shake his hand. And I put my arm up. And Andre's hand, my whole arm was in Andre's hand. And he shook my arm. Okay, like from shoulder. This is his hand. He was, I mean, I wasn't big.
He's huge. Yeah.
My God, it was like I never looked at another human being the same again. Okay, there's big guys.
Yeah.
And there's normal sized guys, and there's little guys, and there's Andre.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen. I mean, I met Diesel. Big Daddy Cool.
Oh yeah.
I met him. I met all them guys, right? As an adult, I met all them guys.
Right.
Still. No.
Oh, yeah.
Andre was just immense.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I was small, but I mean, he was immense. It was like I'm standing there looking at his knee, and he's got my arm in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his TV or his movie roles where he's standing up against these other actors, and he's looking down at these average or tall guys. I I totally get that. But on the opposite end, I remember one time going to a show.
Weighed more than I did. I guarantee you, his gym bag weighed more than I did.
Oh God, one of his socks probably did. Yeah, exactly. Well, I saw Coco Beware one time.
I like Coco.
I like Coco too. He's a great performer, but I was astonished because you see him on TV and you think, yeah, exactly. You think he's like this huge guy. And I remember looking at him. It's like I was probably about 5'10", 5'11" at the time, and I'm like, you're Coco Beware, huh? It's like, did they leave you out in the rain and you shrank? What?
And I'm going to have to ask you, if you're 5'10" or 5'11" at the time, have you shrank?
Yes. I say that without hesitation.
That's what she said.
Well, all but one area, of course. My intellect. Anyway, but no. I'm 5'10" now. I was 6. I was 6. The weight of the world has crushed me, is what it is, and it's a wonder I have the will to go on. But no, I was 6 foot when I graduated from high school. I'm currently 5'10". Actually, this is funny. A couple of years ago, I got measured. I get my annual checkup, and I was like 5'9". I'm like, crap. I feel like that guy in The Incredible Shrinking Man. Exactly. In about 5 or 6 years, I'm just going to go to the next dimension down. And then I went back the following year, and I was 5'10" again. I'm like, well, cool. It's about time. Maybe I'll be back at 6 foot in a couple of years. So
I did this in Arizona. I don't know if they still do it, but you got a license for 25 years.
Okay.
So the last time I got a license was, I don't know, 24 years ago or 23 years ago.
Sure.
It's like my Arizona license is almost up for expiration. But when I got that, I was like 5'8" and a half or 5'9", something like that. I mean, I don't know exactly, but pretty sure I'm not 5'9" anymore. And
you're fun size now.
If I got pulled over now, they'd look at me and go, "You lied on here, did you?"
Yeah. I have the same thing with my weight. It's like I've always been heavy, but I've gone on diets over the years and everything, and then I go off. I jump off the wagon. But it's like I'm glad they look at like my name and my address and nothing else, because that and my eye color are probably the only things that stay the same on a consistent basis. And I can't. Now I can. Now I'm not even sure what to put as far as hair goes. I just put gray and even it out.
I got the gray, but I can still make the same facial expression I had on my license picture. They wouldn't even let me get a new picture. My eyes were closed. I was all just totally looked baked as hell.
Oh man!
And I'm all smiling, giggling because she said something stupid. So I giggled about it, and then she snapped the picture, and I was like, "You're not going to put that on my license, are you?" And she goes, "Oh yeah, that one's really good." Now, when I got it, I was like, "Oh, you bitch!"
Oh my God! When we moved to Indiana, we had, of course, we had to trade in our Illinois license and get new ones. And Cookie is an attractive woman, but they made her take off her glasses. And they found the absolute worst light for her possible, because I guess it has to do now with facial recognition and stuff. Mm-hmm. And they took her picture, and I looked at it. She looked like she had just come out of Dachau or someplace, like some prison camp where she had not seen the sun in centuries. And I looked at it, I almost broke into tears. It's like, oh my God, this is not you. And it broke her mom's heart. So she doesn't show her license any more than she has to. Mine's pretty sad too. So,
well, I mean, you think by now what they went through all the facial recognition, everything for the last 15 years to get it all right, and now it's like you get to wear a mask and fuck it all up anyway.
Yeah. Cookie got a new job about a year ago, and she said, if the COVID ever lets up, I'm gonna have to reintroduce myself to all my crew here because all we've seen of each other is the bridge of the nose on up. So.
Crazy. Yeah, this is the worst time in history to try to date.
That's true. Good point.
You can't tell how ugly that bitch is.
That's true. You just gotta go by faith.
And that's the other thing. You don't know if they even got any teeth, man. You just don't know. You don't know.
That's true. That could be a selling point, though.
Yeah, well,
Bad Brian. I thought I said I behave on other people's shows.
It's been, for me, it's just been too weird. The whole thing. It's like, how can we have gone so far backwards so fast?
Well, I wouldn't let anyone get political on the show this morning. I'm certainly not about to do it here.
I don't even mean politically. I mean like just as a freaking race. Do you know the movie Idiocracy?
Oh God, yes.
We are living the prequel, brother.
We are. But then again, I also think that we are in a lot of ways fortunate.
Politics on that. I'm just saying we are getting stupider as a race.
Oh God, yeah. Well, what is it? It's been credited both Harlan Ellison and Frank Zappa. The two most common elements in the universe are hydrogen and stupidity.
There you go.
I firmly believe.
Welcome to the world of smartphones and stupid people.
Exactly. Yeah. What is the meme used to say that we used to worry that knowing too much was dangerous? Well, we sure proved that wasn't true.
Right?
Yeah.
You can't even get people to go looking. The knowledge is right there at their fingertips.
Oh my God. Yeah. That I have to say that seriously annoys me how many people get on online, and I have kind of I have a decent vocabulary like everyone here, and I will invariably put up a word like invariably, and I will get one of two reactions from it. One will be, well, I don't know what that word means, ha 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 ha, I'm so superior because I'm dumber than you, or I don't know what that word means, Brian, would you look it up for me?
Good Lord. And
I'm like, you don't know, there's this site, I'm going to reveal the secret site to you. It's called Google, so, the word you don't understand followed by the word definition, and people are like, well, it's easier to ask you. I'm like, 14 hours later?
It's really not, though, because
no, it's not.
Now you've shown everybody watching that Brian is smarter than you.
And this is and like how much evidence to the contrary that Brian is smarter than you.
He's going out of his way to prove you wrong, and you're still making him right.
Don't let this happen, people. This is a cautionary tale. Listen to Pops. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for by making me appear intelligent.
Look,
it ruins my whole reputation, for one thing.
Don't let it happen to you.
That's right. My God, the mind is a terrible thing to waste, and it must be stamped out in our lifetime.
The biggest problem I think that people have is relying on somebody else's ideals or whatever as their truth. And your only truth is your life experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, things you've actually lived and know for sure. Mm-hmm. Those are your truths. Everything else can be colored.
Right.
It can be influenced. It is influenced. Trust me. People like me influence people to buy comic books. Okay. Right. Influence is a huge part of social media.
Yeah.
Okay. A huge part. Okay. Come on, man. I'm not no comic guru. I'm not the guy who knows what's the best thing for you to buy or who the best printer is for you to use or any of that. When they say, like what rookie, whatever, that's what you should buy. When they say rookie, I am a rookie. I'm not the guy. Everybody thinks that I'm the guy they come to for advice. And the first thing I do is send them to somebody like Brian because I don't freaking know. I'm just a fan.
Yeah.
I'm just a fan that wanted to help everybody get exposure. That part, I'm pretty good at that. I'm pretty good at doing that. But when it comes to who's the best printer, is Kickstarter, Indiegogo better, or what's better for my campaign, or who should I talk to? Blah 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 blah. Hold on. A fan. I'm just a fan. And when somebody asks me a question and I know somebody like Brian can answer it, then I'll say, you need to go talk to Brian. Mm-hmm. Or if it's an answer that I know Will's got the answer for, you need to go talk to Will. Now, if it's something that my life experience gives me an answer for you, then you get my answer. But I'm not going to give you what somebody else said as my truth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will let you talk to somebody who knows and they can give you their truth. And on subjects I know stuff about, I'll give you my truth.
Mm-hmm.
But it's my life experience that leads me there. It's not somebody else's influence. You know, it's the things I went through or the things that I dealt with. I talk about my time in prison. I talk about it all openly because it's my life experience and as something I know about.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I talk about my time at Z-Rock as being sidekick to a great guy. You know, I mean, I couldn't have learned how to be this without that dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have never dove into what I'm doing today if I hadn't hung out with Rob Flanagan 20 years ago, 30 years ago now, something. 25 years, something. I don't know. Long time.
What's the difference?
But it's life experience that really you need to trust your own life experience.
Yep.
You know? And that goes for everybody in almost every aspect of life, man. If you don't have that life experience, you go to somebody you trust that lived through that, and you ask them. Somebody you trust that lived through that. You know, like I always push getting your books on store shelves. That's my big thing. That's my end goal. The guy I know who's doing that better than anybody else right now, you know, putting books on store shelves, is Variant with Liberty.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I know a guy. I met a couple guys last week on Monday Madness that put in the work. They called 500 shops. They're on 120 store shelves. They put in the work. They didn't expect Kickstarter or Indiegogo to make them famous. They got on the phone and they put in the work. I admire the hell out of those two guys. They're on 120 store shelves. Okay, that's what I want. I want to be able to go to my store and get everybody's books. Real simple, you know, but it's not real simple. Yeah. There are barriers on the retailer side. There's barriers on the creator side. And us fans, all we want is to get rid of shipping.
True. That's true.
All us fans want to do is we want to read all your books. We just don't want to have to pay to have every single one of them shipped to us. You know, that's a killer. That cuts into my comic budget.
Right.
I can buy more comics if I can go to the store and get them than if I have to Indiegogo, Kickstarter, Amazon, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. You know, Gumroad, all of them. I appreciate what they're trying to do, but my store, right over here. Now I need to go talk to them. Hey, you need to put that Diamond catalog over here for right now since they left you all this empty shelf space. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you need to come over here and check out what these guys are doing. That's also my responsibility as a fan if I want this to happen. Okay? It's not just on the creators. It's not just on the retailers. It's on us fans to walk in that door and say, yo, if this was on the shelf, I'd buy it. You should get some of these. You should call William Samuel Quentin and get some of that 47 Furious Tales. You should call Danny Morales and get the whole list of indie books on his shelves. Get that whole list. Call all them people. Put them books on your store shelf. Or at least look at them and say, okay, some of my customers might appreciate this book. Yeah, I'm going to get a few of this one. You know your customers as retailers. You know what they buy and what they don't. Well, now's the time. Now is the time. Diamond showed you guys last year what they think of you. You can put that catalog aside and order stuff that ain't in it. Mm-hmm. You know, what are they going to do? Lose money on you? Did they care last year? When you lost money because of them? This is what I'm saying.
Agreed. Well said, Pops. Well said.
And I mean, I get a lot of people give me a lot of shit because last year I had a rant about Kickstarter and Indiegogo too. You know, I went on a rant last year and I ruffled some feathers.
You?
But I was honest. I was honest. They are not geared for the comic community. The comic community is taking advantage of the platform that's there, but it's not built for you guys. Okay? It's not built for comic creators. It's built for retail sales, basically, of anything. Lawn chairs, whatever the frick you want. Mm-hmm. You know? it's not designed for you guys. So I was really pushing for a platform that was designed specifically for comics creators. And I was mad that nobody wanted to come check it out. Everybody wanted to stay over there, Kickstarter, stay over there on Indiegogo. And it was like, well, we're trying to build something for you, but we can't make you use it, Yeah. So I took my anger out on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. It was like, man, I'm not going to promote people that use them stupid platforms, blah, blah, blah. That lasted all of a day, and I made a personal apology to my people in my group about, I love you, and I'm always going to promote what you're doing. I just don't like that they're not designed for you, for your advantages, to help you guys sell your books. They really aren't. You still have to go out here and sell the hell out of your book if you want people to back it. Okay? You still do all the work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unless you come into people like me to promote it as well. But you have to put in the work. Yeah. Kickstarter, Indiegogo aren't selling your books. You sell your books. You see what I'm saying? It's like they're the platform you sell them on. But if you're not out there talking to the fans and telling the fans you have a Kickstarter active right now and promoting the hell out of it, how many backers do you get? It's all on you.
Speaking of promoting, since it is tomorrow already.
Yeah, we have now broken my record of broadcasting here. My first 4-hour show.
No way.
Yeah, way. Mm-hmm. I came close. I had a 3 hour and 45-minute show one time.
Brian, those are rookie numbers, bro.
I know. Compared to you, it's like, but I'm elderly. See, I've got to take care of myself. See,
even Will's got that.
He's younger than I am too. Good God, you people trying to kill me. Good God, no, you're on a roll, dude. I wasn't going to stop you.
My longest is 14 and a half hours in one day. That's the longest I've streamed in one day.
That's because you are
straight through.
That's because you and Will are titans who walk the earth. I am but a frail human being in his declining years,
I'm gonna have to assign Will a 6-hour block out of every CromCon.
I can see how eager Will is embracing this concept.
I'm pretty sure he loves coming out and doing it with me. I just think it's too much to take him past that 6 hours. Going into the second segment, Will's kind of tore up.
well, I understand because
going into the second day.
Yeah, 2 weeks later.
That too. The next day, 2 more 6-hour segments. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you finish the 12-hour segment, then you keep us all up talking for like another 5 hours.
As Will is hooked up to an IV drip and he's spread kitty litter under his chair to make sure it all comes out in the end. So yeah, I understand this. So,
and we've circled all the way back to toilet talk.
Welcome to Toilet Talk. Pardon me, I'm a little verklempt.
Everybody gets your own sandbox.
That's right. More like kit, and it's filled with kitty litter for obvious reasons.
All right.
I like kitty litter because it stays crunchy in milk.
I will let Will close out his show.
I think you should.
Monday Madness, Ladies Night, CromCon, next weekend. Y'all know what's up.
Check this man out.
Now it's his turn. His turn.
My turn? Okay. I'm nobody. I got nothing. Back to you, Will. No, one last shot. I am Brian K. Morris. I'm a publisher and writer. The original
published writer. See, published writer, not like me, clown fan. Published writer,
and not just by myself either. I currently have a book on Amazon that I am one of many people. I'm in there with Peter David, Bob Greenberger, Paul Kupperberg. It is a book about. It examines the Batman TV series. Starting the second year, that Peter David, yes sirree, And I wrote an article about him one time. It's called, and I wrote it down, so I knew I'd never remember.
That I just happened to have that handy, having no idea you were going to bring up Peter David.
It's fate, man. It's fate. And the book is called Biff Bam Eow. Eow with 3 E's on that, by the way. From Crazy 8 Press, it is premiered at #1 in its category, in its genre, and it is an examination of the Batman television show. I'm in book 2. The first one is called Zlonk Zok Zowie. Ask for it by name. But anyway, the new book has just come out, and I'm in there with about a dozen or so really wonderful writers. And I have an article on the 2-part Egghead show with Vincent Price, and asking, can something so socially unwoke as that episode be palatable nowadays? It was a good article, and I have other stuff, including my own publishing. I'm available on Amazon. I also do 3 shows a week on my own channels. Please check out my YouTube. Never mind the Furthermore, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 a.m., where we have creative conversation and coffee. Clever Tile Penning on Tuesday nights, plus specials, where we talk about creativity and the business behind it, and our brand new, keep up with me, Pops, I'm on a roll. And on Thursday nights, brand new show, issue number 5 coming out this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, Comic Book Spectrum, where we look at comic books past, present, and future. We do book reviews, and we do comic book reviews, and have some lively discussion where you are invited to join us. And I want to thank you, Will, and thank you, Pops, for being part of a very memorable night for me. It is always a pleasure, and just ask me anytime, I'll be back.
I had to come out and say hi, man. It's,
I'm glad you did, man. Seriously, you know I love you, man. I got him choked up.
Something does.
The love is real, Pops. You know it.
Will, who are you?
Tell us about yourself, Will. Tell us why you're so awesome.
I'd rather know why StreamYard keeps muting me. But,
I think I know who the culprit is.
Why?
I wonder how long we could get away with doing that on a show before people would start going, hey, your audio's out.
It happens to me all the time. If I mute myself for 1 second, next thing I know.
Now I can talk. I kicked him out of the program.
It's mutiny, I tell you, mutiny. Anyway, Will, tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me right here on Creators Outlet Monday, Tuesday, Friday nights with new episodes. This week I took a couple of days off to rest. I had to prep for tonight's Toilet Talk. And every Wednesday you can find myself with Sean Howe for the Seanzilla Art Show, 9 p.m. Eastern. He's putting himself back in.
You're surprised?
Yes. And Thursday nights you can find me with my buddy Thomas Hewlett for OK Boomer the podcast, where we go through gold and silver and Bronze Age comic books on the virtual spinner rack.
Nice.
And on the weekends, you can find me nowhere unless it's CromCon.
That's the best place to be on a weekend.
Amen, brother. Amen.
No, I was good with being kicked out. I was just watching from the backstage because I didn't have you on YouTube or anything. I was just watching and talking here. So.
Okay.
Love you, Pops.
All right. I'd like to thank everybody that came in and out tonight. And this will be tomorrow available for download on ageofradio.org. You can go there and download any of my episodes from 40 on up and listen to them. There's plenty of good content there. On my YouTube channel, everything is put into playlists, so you can find unboxings, what's in the box, all into one category. 5-minute, not quite 5-minute reviews, creators outlet, OK Boomer, the Shonzilla Art Show, and reaction videos. All on one channel, Creators Outlet on YouTube. You can also follow me at JokerFan on Twitter and JokerFan1969 on the Instagrams. Pop says Twitter sucks because they kicked him.
Of course he would.
He wants a brand new Twitter ID. Pops Van Band.
Do it, Pops. Do it.
I told Phil that I was gonna sign up for a new email address and then go over to Twitter and make the Pops Van Band account.
I think
so Pops couldn't make one and go do it for himself and be like all mad because he couldn't get the handle he wanted.
Oh, he's back. He heard you.
Hold up. I'm ready for that, though. Just in case that happens, I will be the artist formerly known as.
There you go. There you go.
The artist formerly known as
PBC.
Corn Pops.
Oh, that could work too. That could work too. But then I'd get the political hassle all over again. So I have to stay away.
No, you can be Corn Pops. We've already got a Sugar Pops.
No, but see, Sugar Pops is gonna eventually be, Pops. I mean, he's Sugar Crisp now. He's eventually gonna be Sugar Pops. We can't take that from him. That's his future title.
Right now he's crispy, but with enough milk, we're hoping.
Sugar Crisp. Simply Sugar and Pops. The Friday night pre-con show. Be there with Simon Pothier, Chris Evans, and myself, and all kind of other people too. But
those three.
It's gonna be the premiere of Simply Sugar and Pops.
So until next time,
I needed a pre-con show. I mean, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, Monday night. It's like a 4-day event now.
Soon as just be CromCon all the time.
Goddamn crazy.
Well, we already knew that.
Yeah, it's not exactly a Fox News alert. You know what I'm saying?